Warami miriga, gawi bianga garabara, gawi wianga bemoma, gawi mujin malam benanga. Acknowledging Father Sky, Mother Earth, and those who've walked before us, our bloodlines, our ancestors. Warami, Wellamabami iora, Giarira Durmin Jalarinya, Gilligan Daranga Daba, Wayanga, Dien Garang Garang, Burrabarongal, Bichigal, Kadoomba. Hello, and a warm welcome to the Gadigal clanlands of the Darug Nation. We gather on country today, the land of my ancestors. I pay my respects to elders past, present, future, special guests here today, to all our First Nations brothers and sisters, and wherever you have come from around the world, welcome. My name is Peter Strawn, a proud Darug woman, wishing you all a safe passage and stay on Gadigal country. Nanga mai nini, nanga mai bujari. Calling in the good spirit, calling in the good dreaming. Nubari ngora, love country. Didrigo miriga da yan mala, warami dulia nurua. Ngala wea waru ngiri ngara, ngari yalamandi. Mujin malin yabon o miriga, yanma yibin darangara. Gawi, 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 gawi. Yay!
Hello, or should I say, g'day, and welcome to the 76th International Astronautical Congress right here in spectacular Sydney. From the Nullarbor to nebulas, Sydney to the stars, we are so pumped to have you here in Australia and for this glistening harbour city to become the centre of the universe for 1 week. We know it's a big trip for most of you, and we are so thankful to you all for making the journey from around the world, but we promise we are going to make it worth it for you. How amazing is it to think we've got a week of knowledge exchange, deal making, whole lot of fun, all framed by our beaches, the sails of our opera house, and the coat hanger that is our Harbour Bridge. Can I acknowledge that powerful welcome to country from our traditional owners? As space people, how special is it to be embraced and welcomed by the world's oldest continuous living culture, the world's oldest astronomers who've looked to the skies for more than 60,000 years to navigate life here on Earth? I know our entire space community is absolutely looking forward to giving you a taste of that same Aussie hospitality with a big dose of space capability. For those of you who were here in Adelaide in 2017, we have come a very, very long way in a decade, and we can't wait to show you. Now, I know my jacket is a statement, it's a lot, but there's much more interesting things to come. So please help me in welcoming to the stage the president of our organisers, the International Astronautical Federation, Mr. Clay Mowry.
Thank you, Keegan. Excellencies, especially the Governor, Her Excellency, the Honorable Sam Mostyn, AC, heads of agencies, dear space community, distinguished guests, and dare I say, my friends or mates here in Australia. Good day and welcome to the 76th International Astronautical Congress. It's a real honor to be here in Sydney as president of the IAF, the proud organizer of this IAC, and every single one of the 75 that came before it. Each one of you is an important member of our community, the world's largest international space nonprofit organizations with over 600 member organizations, including space agencies, companies, research institutes, museums, and universities worldwide. Welcome to the space family, and look around. The room is packed, the energy is electric. This is the spirit of the IAF and the spirit of connecting all space people. And this is our finest hour, every year when we gather. Some of you have traveled so far, Keegan mentioned, it actually took longer to get here than it would for an astronaut to reach the International Space Station. That's dedication and persistence, and the coffee here is worth it. I'll tell you, get a flat white while you're here in Sydney. We are one global community united by a passion for space. But passion alone is not enough, and this year's theme is clear: sustainable space, resilient Earth. As we look to the stars, we must also care for our planet. And at this moment, I want to also acknowledge Australia's First Nations peoples. Their wisdom teaches us that balance and respect are values that matter just as much in space as they do here on Earth. And I invite you all to join the host plenary later today. We're going to learn more about how traditional knowledge and modern science go hand in hand. Now let me say this. It's an immense privilege for me to kick off the IAC 2025. This is my last year as president of the IAF. It's a real privilege. And I also want to sit here and thank our wonderful hosts, the Space Industry Association of Australia, our two co-hosts, the Australian Space Agency and the New South Wales government. A fantastic job organizing this amazing week, so thank you guys. Let me also thank the IAF Secretariat, led by Christian Feitzinger. They've worked for 3 years with our organizers here, with the LOC, the POC, on this event, and they put in tremendous work, and I can't say enough about the value of the folks that are behind the scenes here. Also, yes, please. And of course, we are not here alone as the IAF. I want to be very thankful and recognize our distinguished partners, the International Institute of Space Law, the International Academy, yes, the International Academy of Astronautics, and the Space Generation Advisory Council. Kaiuve, John, Nicole, we appreciate you. Thank you for your contributions to this event. This is actually only the 6th time that we've hosted the IAC in the Southern Hemisphere. We did it 3 times here in Australia, once in Cape Town, South Africa, once in Rio, Brazil, and once down in Argentina in Mar del Plata in 1969. Just imagine the groovy ties and the bell bottoms for that one. It would have been great. It feels fantastic to be back down under. We were here in Melbourne in 1998, in Adelaide in 2017, which is a fantastic event. Again, people said no one will come this far, and it was a record-setting IAC. And now we're here in the Harbour city of Sydney. And each time, Australia shows the world the dynamism of the Asia-Pacific region. Can you imagine over 1/4 of our IAF members are now coming from this part of the world, from this Pacific area? I want to thank them for their engagement. And this really, I think the work that you've done in outreach here has brought that community here from the region. So thank you. A huge thank you to our sponsors. We wouldn't be here without our fabulous platinum sponsors, the Indian Space Research Organization, the Italian Trade Agency, the United Arab Emirates Space Pavilion, and to our distinguished gold sponsors, the Chinese Society of Astronautics, the European Space Agency, the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA, the Turkish Space Agency, and VAST. Thank you all. And thanks to our numerous silver and bronze sponsors. I won't name them all here, but you can see, I'll point to the slide. A fantastic group of companies. Thank you so much for all of your support. We couldn't do this without them. They put the fuel in the rocket that is the IAC, and we couldn't launch without them. So thank you all. But the real stars of the week are here in the audience, all sitting around you, okay? It's the authors. It's the speakers, it's the exhibitors, it's the IF committees, it's the International Program Committee. You are the lifeblood of this organization. You're the engine in this car that's driving, or the engine in the rocket that's launching. And we are really thrilled to have you here. You're what make this organization special. We are now 7,600 people here in Sydney, so congratulations on that, reaching that goal. And I'm told, by the way, later in the week on Public Day, maybe another 7,000 are coming. So we will shatter all of our previous records if we have 14, 15,000. So fantastic work. Look, this week you're going to debate, you're going to share ideas, discuss, get lost once or twice, maybe not as much as Milan. It was a maze last year, we know that. You're going to reconnect with old mates. And you're going to discover the next rising stars in the field of space. Some of you may even make decisions that are going to shape the future of space and where we go. I've seen it happen at the IAC. There's a handshake that can launch an entire career, create a new space company, or build an international partnership that is going to allow us to explore the universe. That's the magic of this community. And that's why we're here. And this has been an amazing year in space. From the new Artemis Accord signatories that now total 56 nations, to breakthroughs in Earth's observation, to the launches of the New Glenn rocket, the Starship rocket, Ariane 6, and Senju, our field is buzzing with progress. Space never stops surprising us with what we can achieve off of Earth. You have so many possibilities this week with a program packed with excitement. We have 3,500 speakers this week. That's a lot. We have more than 40 panel sessions on topics. We have 200 technical sessions and 200 booths to see in the exhibition hall. So please really join us for what we call the Olympics of space. We feel privileged to also welcome this week an incredible array of astronauts that are part of the International IAF Astronauts chapter. So welcome to all the astronauts that are here. You'll see them in their flight suits, or you'll see them with their astronaut pins. Please say hello, introduce yourself, and we're glad that you're here with us. And finally, we were going to host this week the second edition of the IAF Global Space Leaders Summit with nearly 50 heads of space agencies from well-established to emerging spacefaring nations around the world. So we're really excited about this. We had a huge inaugural kickoff in Milan, and we're really excited to have them back here. So welcome all the space agency leaders. almost done. Let's make connections, let's share knowledge, let's push the boundaries together. Oh, and one last thing, while you're here, make sure you enjoy Sydney. Make sure you enjoy Australia. Walk the harbour, take in a flat white, try some fish and chips, go see a koala, don't pet the koala. And if somebody tells you no worries, believe them, that's Australia. Thank you, let's get this Congress started.
As you look up to the skies tonight, we will wave back at you.
Thank you, Clay. Thank you to the entire IAF team. Now, please welcome the Chair of the IAC 2025 Local Organising Committee and Board Chair of the Space Industry Association of Australia, Mr. Jeremy Hallett.
Hi everyone. I wish I could see you more from up here with the bright lights in my eyes. It's an amazing crowd we have here today. My name's Jeremy Hallett and I'm the Chairman at the Space Industry Association of Australia, your host for this week and also Chair of the Local Organising Committee for the event. It is such a pleasure to welcome you all to Sydney, and may I please especially acknowledge Her Excellency the Governor-General of Australia, the Ministers and Members of Parliament who are here, the heads of space agencies, government officials, and our colleagues and friends from industry and academia. And in my mind, most importantly, half of our attendees, young professionals and students who are the today and tomorrow of our field. I would also like to acknowledge our colleagues from the IAF. You just heard from Clay, the President of the IAF, Gabriela Arrigo, who is our incoming President of the IAF as well, and also Christian and Elena Fechtinger. Thank you for your leadership and support throughout the last 4 years now as we've been on this journey and entrusting this event to us here in Sydney. Closer to home, and I can't see you, Lisa. Oh, there you are. I'd definitely like to thank Lisa Vitaris, our director. Yes, please. It sounds like you all know her, which is unsurprising. She has been everywhere. Seriously, this event would have not happened without Lisa's efforts and her leadership over these last couple of years. So immense thanks to you, Lisa. And indeed, our co-hosts from the Australian Space Agency and the New South Wales Government, thank you for all your support as well. Our theme this year is Sustainable Space and Resilient Earth. And some of you may have heard me say in the past, we think about this in 3 different ways. Important for us is how we use space for sustaining life here on Earth. Also important is how we make sustainable use of the space environment so we can assure access to the orbits we need for generations to come. And as we look toward the stars, sustaining life off Earth as we consider humanity amongst the cosmos. And we know you love Sydney, and that's why you're here. The space is good, but Sydney's good. And Sydney is a global city as well. And I'm really excited this week about the strength of the Indo-Pacific presence here at IAC. We have thousands of delegates, not just from Australia, but from across the Indo-Pacific, Japan, China, Korea, New Zealand, and throughout Southeast Asia and the South Pacific as well. I think together we are showing off the ambition, creativity, and momentum of this region when it comes to space and the essential role we play in the space community. One of the other things we've really tried this year for IAC, as we look upward, we also need to look across to the industries that are enabled by space, from energy and transport to agriculture, climate resilience, and national security. Space is not a separate sector from these things, but a foundation of all of our modern life. So I encourage you this week, take inspiration from our theme, meet people that are new and old friends, share ideas boldly, and think about how your work connects across the borders, or across industries and across generations. On behalf of the organising team, thank you once again for your attendance. I wish you a wonderful and unforgettable week. Thanks very much.
Hello everyone, my name's Kerry Doherty and I'm a space historian with the Australian Space Agency. Australia has played a role in space activities since the very beginnings of the space age. Our can-do attitude, our make-do tradition and our spirit of mateship have fostered technical innovation and international partnerships that have contributed to the exploration and utilisation of space. And today, our space capabilities are inspired by the technical skills, the innovation and vision, and the determination of all of those who've striven to go up from down under. And across the opening ceremony today, we're going to celebrate a few highlights from Australia's rich, though often unrecognised, history of space activities spanning 70 years. And we're going to spotlight some people who were part of that story. Some of them worked quietly behind the scenes, and others have played national and even international roles. I'm Kerry Doherty, and it's my privilege to preserve Australia's space history. Thank you and welcome.
The Woomera rocket range may be deep in the Aussie outback, a long way from the buzz of our cities. But when the space age began in 1957, it felt like the centre of the universe.
At the Woomera rocket range in Australia, 3 successes for Blue Streak. 3 launches, all perfect. Blue Streak is to be the booster section of a 3-stage rocket to put a satellite into orbit.
In 1967, Australia built RESAT-1 and became one of the first nations to launch its own satellite. Just a few years later, another Aussie satellite went to space, this time from the USA. Australis Oscar 5 was developed by a group of university mates and became one of the most advanced amateur radio satellites of the time.
Hello, I'm Heather Milhench. I was a human computer from 1960 until 1963 at the Weapons Research Establishment's Satellite Centre, known as SATCEN, located at Salisbury near Adelaide. Our team of 4 Satsin girls, and we were just young women not long out of school, calculated satellite passes over Australia to help the citizen scientists of the Moonwatch groups around the country make their satellite observations. We were just a small part of Australia's hidden figures, women who did the heavy number-crunching work for WRE's defence and space research activities at Salisbury and at Woomera Rocket Range, at a time when electronic computers filled the entire rooms. At the dawn of the space age, Woomera was the heart of space research in Australia, and human computers played a vital role in supporting Australian and international space projects conducted there. I'm proud to have played a part in this work. My name is Heather Milhench, and I'm part of Australia's space history.
I'm Dr. Owen Mace, part of the team of students from the University of Melbourne who designed and built Australis Oscar 5, the first satellite built in Australia. In 1965, we decided to have a go at building an amateur radio satellite. After tracking early satellites, including Project Oscar, launched by the American radio hams. I have one of our team members, Richard, in the audience here today. Now, I should say that the Cold War meant we had virtually no information about space, and so everything was done from first principles. We had very little money, so we made do with things with all sorts of ways. Steel measuring tape for antennas, bed springs to push the satellite away from the carrier rocket. Australis was built and delivered in June 1967, but we had to wait until 1970 to hitch a ride with a NASA launch. Thank you, NASA. It's a long story, but I'm proud to say that the team wasn't deterred. I went on to a career in the space sector. Please have a look at the Australis full-scale model in the Australian Space Agency stand. My name is Dr. Owen Mace, and I'm part of Australia's space history.
I think I might need a few moments across today. I'm getting quite choked up listening to those presentations. It is our great pleasure to have another very, very special guest with us this morning, a lover of space who also happens to be our nation's head of state, Governor-General, Her Excellency, the Honourable Ms. Sam Mostyn, AC. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency to the stage.
Well, good morning, everybody. As others have said, I wish I could see all of you because the energy in this room, in this conference centre and around Sydney, with so many of you travelling such distances to join us, is truly astonishing. After that beautiful, very beautiful ceremony to welcome us here to Gadigal land, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands we meet on, and I'd like to pay my respects to their elders, past and present and emerging, and to all First Nations people who are joining us at the Congress from all over the world. For Australians, it is a great source of pride to see that continuing connection to the culture, land, water and skies brought to life on this stage this morning. In my office in Government House in Canberra at Yarralumla, I have very many things that I share with visitors. One of them is the First Scientists book by Corey Tutt, and a number of books about the first astronomers. And visitors to Australia and to Canberra are always delighted to see us celebrating our First Nations, who go back 65,000 years or more in this country. There's a few people I would like to acknowledge. I know he's not here quite yet, but I do want to acknowledge the Honourable Chris Minns, MP, Premier of New South Wales, and congratulate everyone involved in New South Wales for the hosting of this magnificent Congress. The Honourable Anulak Chanthifong, MP, the New South Wales Minister for Industry and Trade. I'd like to acknowledge my new friend who I'm sitting with, Mr. Clay Morey, President of the International Astronautical Federation. Enrico Palermo, Head of the Australian Space Agency. Mr. Jeremy Hallett, who you've met, Chair of the Space Industry Association of Australia. I also want to acknowledge a few people, and you're getting to know them on the stage as they tell the history, but I want to acknowledge John Saxon, OAM, Michael Dinn, OAM, and Graham Stevens, AC. And I use their post-nominals very particularly because this year they have all received recognition through our Australian honours system and are participating in the Congress. I also acknowledge Catherine Bennell-Pegg, Australia's first astronaut, and to all the astronauts who are here joining us. I will say something shortly about John and Michael and Graham and Catherine. This history story has made me feel very attached to the history of space. I think space is something grand, it's an adventure, but to hear the space story told in the intimate, personal stories of those that are coming on the stage this morning is really very beautiful. I want to acknowledge all of those who are telling their story, the people's story of Australia's space history. I also want to acknowledge, as your Commander-in-Chief here in Australia, the many senior members of the Australian Defence Force who join us, ministers and members of parliaments from over 40 nations, the heads of space agencies from around the world, and the many First Nations experts who are in the room who will be attending many of the sessions that you'll be attending later in the program. And of course, every one of you is a distinguished guest here, whether you've travelled across the world or simply across the harbour to join us. You are all incredibly distinguished guests at this Congress. Beyond celebrating the past, I want to congratulate the IAC 2025 team for looking to our future. Tonight, the plenary is dedicated to elevating First Nations knowledge systems and unlocking new insights into space and sustainability through structured collaboration with Western science. Braiding millennia-old custom, law and practice with modernity is a compelling manifestation of Australia's unique three-part national story. And with so many international guests joining us, I want to take a moment to share with you that extraordinarily strong, successful, braided story. It starts, as you now know, with 65,000 years of continuous Indigenous history and culture that echoes across the country in the generous and purposeful sharing by First Nations people. Then joined by the stability, equality and prosperity assured by the strength of our democracy, our institutions of government, the fact that we have parliaments, that we have an independent electoral commission, that we have compulsory voting, that we have governors-general. And then our modern chapter of optimism, of belonging and progress, underpinned by remarkable multiculturalism. Over 8 million people joining to become Australian citizens in the last 50 years and almost 1 million refugees. Today, as we launch the 76th International Astronautical Congress, where the world's space community comes together to access the latest advancements and trends, to listen and to learn, to be curious, to connect and collaborate, you are all looking to the future, not just of space and the world, but the next chapter of my country, of Australia, a story of modernity and belonging, of care and respect, where we are shaped by the magnificent achievements of our history, unbound by limitations and ready to explore the universe. Now, I would like to especially welcome international guests. That 90 nations are represented here says so much about the opportunities that this Congress will bring. I know that for many of you, and I've met some of you this morning, it's a welcome back after IAC Adelaide in 2017. But as you've already heard, the Australian space ecosystem of today is very different to the one displayed in Adelaide just less than a decade ago. It's a richer, more dynamic sector, bubbling with momentum, activity, and great success. I think that reflects our national character and the mood of the nation as well. I hope many of you will visit the Australia Zone on the exhibition floor across the course of the week, more than 1,200 square metres of innovation and inspiration to see the rapid capability uplift we've experienced in recent years. And for those of you who are in Adelaide for IAC 2017, I think you'll be somewhat astonished at just how significant our growth has been. There are 40 active industry projects being supported by our Australian Space Agency alone. This, in addition to the activity being driven out of our world-class research institutions, universities and organisations like our National Science Agency, the CSIRO. For our international guests, I want to share with you something that we love to reflect on in Australia. It's our Bureau of Meteorology, the CSIRO and Geoscience Australia that are amongst some of the most national trusted institutions, most trusted by the people of this nation. Australians trust science. We advocate for it and we create an environment where it flourishes. We care about our institutions, and that care for civics, for our future and how we treat one another is at the heart of our stability and we believe our potential for the future alongside all of you. Those values help unlock practical advancements. Now, since many of you visited, Australia has also restored our status as a spacefaring nation with a range of historic launches and returns. From NASA sending rockets in the top end to commercial launches and returns down south, as well as our homegrown rocket development and launch efforts. Australia's geographic advantages are well known and are obvious, but through coordinated efforts, we are positioning Australia as a regional launch and returns hub. And this builds on our very proud history that you'll continue to hear about this morning. When I was sworn in as Australia's 28th Governor-General in July 2024, I reflected on the tremendous optimism I feel for this nation, for Australia. I mentioned in my speech to the Parliament when I was sworn in a range of recent achievements by Australians across the arts, sport, science, research and diplomacy sectors. The one I love to mention though, and it was wonderful to do so in the Parliament, and to mention her by name, was Catherine Bennell-Pegg, Australia's first woman astronaut. Something was important for me as only the second woman Governor-General, but the first person to train as an astronaut under the Australian flag. I'm so pleased she's here today along with all of the global astronauts, because I know that there are young people, girls and boys, all around Australia who have been inspired by Catherine. I saw it again yesterday when I saw coverage of her visit to our air show in Richmond to see little people, young Australians who now are interested and curious about space. I hear from them wherever I go. Now, Catherine is far from alone as a role model and inspiration. In recent months, I've had the opportunity to see firsthand Australia's half-century story of partnership in deep space communication, navigation and mission support. Just last week, I had the honour of presenting Distinguished Professor Graham Stevens, AC, with the Companion of the Order of Australia, our highest national civilian honour, at an investiture ceremony at Government House in Canberra. Professor Stevens is the Director at the Centre for Climate Sciences within the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. His impact extends well beyond his own research, spanning observations, theory and numerical modelling, and ranging from detailed mathematics and physics of light to big picture descriptions of our climate system. Similarly, as I indicated at the beginning, at investiture ceremonies earlier this year, it was my great honour to meet John Saxon OAM and Michael Dinh OAM. John was on the console at Honeysuckle Creek Manned Spaceflight Tracking Station the day Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. And Michael is the last surviving tracking station director or deputy director of an Australian station to be involved in the Apollo moon landings. To say that I and others were overwhelmed by the chance to absorb the first-hand accounts of people present for some of the most historic moments of the 20th century is an understatement. Being part of history, what was compelling about John and Michael was not just what they'd done, but their passion. Both fervent supporters of education and outreach, they've spent their entire lives inspiring others. That's why I'm enjoying the stories this morning on stage. We're feeling that same inspiration of those who are part of Australia's history. And I hope that perhaps some of the Australians in the room today began their own careers marvelling at space and the work of people like Graham, John, and Michael. That we celebrate, these remarkable individuals through our national honours system says a lot about the prestige that Australians place on space. And given the momentum in our space industry, I look forward to many, many more people being recognised in years to come, both to celebrate their individual achievements and to recognise the critical importance to the world of so many who give their lives to our future and to space. And while I've highlighted just a few individuals, I know and appreciate that nothing in this industry is an individual endeavour. You've heard that all morning. Behind and with every single person is a team. And similarly, our nation's momentum in space has been realised through working with our international partners. Australia is truly and rightfully proud of our capacity to come together, to work in partnership and together achieve great things. That's how we think of mateship. And we're in the next chapter of a half-century story of partnership in deep space communication, navigation and mission support. Since IAC 2017, when the Australian Space Agency was announced, we've been focused on building on our geographic advantage, investing in the infrastructure, capability, people and partnerships that ensure we are now primed to be an even more active collaborator. In a shifting global environment, we believe that Australia remains an experienced, trusted and capable partner in space. We see this through the growing partnerships with the United States, the European Space Agency, or our ongoing work to connect the Indo-Pacific region through long-time partners like Japan and India, as well as new collaborations, very importantly, with our very special neighbours in the Pacific. I've very much enjoyed meeting Dr. Hiroshi Yamakawa, the President of Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, on my recent visit to Japan to celebrate Australia Day at World Expo Osaka. I'm hoping to see Dr. Yamakawa again during his visit to continue our discussions that we began on that night. It's also very special to welcome Minister Pei from the Solomon Islands, Minister for Environment, Climate Change, Disaster Management and Meteorology to IAC this week. As potentially the biggest benefactors of space technologies, it's vital that the Pacific has a seat and a voice at these very important tables. The Minister is among several leaders from the Pacific joining us here, and we look forward to bringing more voices into regional and global space discussions. So, with all of that behind me, thank you for all of you for attending the 76th International Astronautical Congress. The program, its scale, the calibre of speakers, the attendees, all of you, and those that are yet to join us, and the members of the public that will come on later this week, it's astonishing, it's remarkable. I'm very proud, as Australia's Governor-General, that I get to stand here on behalf of all Australians to congratulate you all, congratulate all the organisers, and welcome all of you that have come so far, and sometimes not so far, to be here at IAC. I'm eager to hear about what you achieve, and for that to become part of the stories that Australians will tell at the end of this Congress. I hope you take the energy of this morning into the rest of the Congress, back home to all of your nations, your families, and those that are missing you at the moment, and tell the great stories of Australia. And let's look forward to a wonderful, sustainable, peaceful future in space. Thank you.
Ingarada, Guarada, Maina, Wingaro, Yaganama, Berbagada. Maina, Wingaro, Maina, Wingaro, Maina, Wingaro. Maina, Wingaro. Ingarada, Guarada, Maina, Wingaro, Yaganama, Berbagada. Ingarada, Guarada, Maina, Wingaro, Yaganama, Berbagada.
Ingai Manual. Space tracking is etched in Australia's cultural identity. Our role in broadcasting the Apollo 11 moon landing to the world is folklore, central to one of our most iconic films, The Dish.
The Americans spent 10 years, billions of dollars to let us watch man walk on the moon, and in the end it falls to you blokes. I mean, how do you feel about that? A lot better before you opened your trap.
Roger, understand. Yeah, I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
With a unique view of the sky, large expanses of land, cutting-edge infrastructure and deep expertise, Australia continues to be an invaluable partner that tracks major international missions to this very day.
Hello, I'm John Saxon, and I was a space tracker for 30 years, helping to put astronauts on the moon during the Apollo missions and supporting deep space exploration. Space tracking is Australia's oldest continuous space activity, taking advantage of our particular geographic location. I was lucky to come to Australia in the 1960s and become an operations supervisor at the Honeysuckle Creek Manned Spacecraft Tracking Station, which supported all the Apollo and Skylab missions. I was on duty after Apollo 11 landed on the moon, and we brought to the world the television images of Armstrong's first steps on the lunar surface. From the mid-70s until my retirement, I was involved in deep space tracking, working on to support many significant missions, including the Viking Mars landers and the voyages that explored the outer solar system and are still sending back data from interstellar space today. I'm proud that just this year I've received an Australian honour for my work in this area. My name is John Saxon, and I'm part of Australia's space history.
Australia is a big, beautiful, and sometimes wild place. Our land of sweeping plains, droughts and flooding rains, awes and challenges us. Out of necessity, we became innovators in using space to address everyday problems.
August the 27th, 1985. The Space Shuttle Discovery blasts off from Cape Canaveral, Florida, carrying Australia's first telecommunications satellite.
AUSSAT helped us bridge the tyranny of distance, connecting the farthest corners of our vast landscape. While Aussie developed software turned satellite imagery into armour to protect our natural wonders like the Great Barrier Reef, and supercharged our agriculture and resources industries to become the powerhouses of our economy.
Hello, I'm Gordon Pike, and until I retired in 2009, I was partly responsible for much of Australia's communication satellites assets. Of the 12 satellites that have been built and launched for Australia since the first in August 1985, which you've just seen, I played a leading role in 10 of them. And for those of you who are doing the maths, the last two were launched after I retired. And but I was a consultant for both of those programs too. This year, we celebrate 40 years since Australia became one of the earliest nations to establish a domestic communication satellite system. Known as AUSSAT, the system brought modern communications to the more remote parts of Australia and provided access to vital services like the Royal Flying Doctor Service and the School of the Air. This enabled remote communities and homesteads to receive television for the very first time. We also delivered the world's first domestic mobile satellite system, which was called MobileSat, surprisingly, and provided some services across Australia and, would you believe it, even parts of Antarctica. AUSSAT has since been absorbed by 4 other telecommunications companies over the years, and I am very proud to have been part of its achievements. I'm Dr. Gordon Pike, and I'm part of Australia's space history. Very proud.
Thank you, Gordon. Each year, the IAC is more than just an opportunity to collaborate and connect. It's a chance for us to celebrate the achievements of our wonderful global space sector. The IAF World Space Awards are presented for an outstanding contribution, or contributions plural, in space science, space technology, space medicine, space law, or space management of exceptional impact to the world's progress in astronautics. To present the awards, please welcome back to the stage IAF President Clay Mowry and Vice President Asanda Ntasana.
morning again. It's time for us to come together to celebrate and recognize incredible achievements of our community. Year after year, we continue to push the boundaries of science and discovery through excellence. And that's why I'm here with Asanda this morning to honor some of the greatest accomplishments of 2025. The first award we are proud to present is the IAF World Space Award. This is our most prestigious honor. It's to recognize a person, and it's given to the outstanding contribution of world's progress in astronautics. Asanda, would you do the honor of telling us who the winner is this year?
As Vice President of the International Astronautical Federation, it is my great honor to announce that the World Space Award for 2025 in the individual category goes to Jeff Bezos! To receive this award, we are pleased to welcome on stage Mr. Phil Joyce, Senior Vice President for New Shepard, on behalf of Mr. Bezos.
Now the stage is yours, Mr. Joyce, to say a few words.
Thank you. I'm clearly not Jeff Bezos, but he asked me to express his sincere regret for not being able to be here in Sydney and his sincere gratitude to the IAF and to all of you who are continuing the great mission of space exploration. As you may know, Jeff has had a passion for space exploration since he was a child. The vision of Blue Origin is bold. It's millions of people living and working in space for the benefit of Earth. That vision is not inevitable. It will be created by the hard work of everyone in this room and to the next generation of explorers and astronauts whose accomplishments we can't even imagine. Jeff is humbled to accept this award. Thank you for this recognition, and thank you to all of you who continue to build the road to space. Thanks.
Thanks. Good to see you, man. Thank you, Phil. Really appreciate it. Phil leads the New Shepard program at Blue Origin and is doing an incredible job launching humans into space these days. So congratulations to both Jeff Bezos and to Phil Joyce on your success. Of course, we all know that the greatest achievement in space are rarely the result of a single individual. They're born of teamwork, collaboration, and perseverance. And that's why we are also celebrating today the World Space Award Team category. Asanda, would you please announce the winner?
I am honored to announce that the World Space Award for 2025 in the team category goes to the Chang'e 6 mission. To receive this award, please welcome Mr. Hu Ha, the Chief Designer of China's Chang'e 6 mission.
The floor is yours, Mr. Ha.
尊敬的女士们、先生们，感谢大会主席对我们的奖项，也感谢我们国际同行对我们 嫦娥6号工程的认可，更感谢我们的团队团结合作取得的这一历史性的成就。
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you, Mr. President and the Vice President of International Astronautical Federation. We appreciate the international recognition of Chang'e 6 mission. And I would like to thank our sincere partners who participating in the international payload piggybacks. Most importantly, I'd like to thank all the colleagues in our teams, adding more success to this mission.
探索宇宙奥秘，增进人类福祉，是我们的梦想。通过航天科技的发展，愿我们携手共进，共同创造更美好的未来。谢谢大家。
Exploring the universe, enhancing human well-being is our stopless dream to pursue together. We hope with our joint hands, the space technology will better serve a bright future for all humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harbour. Appreciate it. And now it's time for the IAS Excellence in International Cooperation Award, presented annually to an individual who has demonstrated outstanding dedication to promoting and facilitating global engagement and cooperation in the space sector. Asanda, the honor is yours.
The Excellence in International Cooperation Award for 2025 goes to Pascal Ehrenfraud. Please welcome on stage, Pascal. Thank you.
Dear Excellencies, distinguished participants, and of course also colleagues and friends, it's really a big honor for me to receive this award. And I accept it with gratitude, but not only for myself, but on behalf of the many partners, colleagues, agencies, companies, and of course also students who have worked alongside me to build bridges across the global space community. And many of them, although I don't see anything, but many of them are in this room. We are living really in a defining moment for space around the world. New nations are joining the spacefaring community. We just heard how many nations and countries actually are here. We have commercial innovation which is reshaping how we explore and use space, and we have ambitious international programs and their representatives here, which are preparing us to return to the moon, journeys to Mars, and deepen our understanding of planet Earth, which we have heard a lot today. And at the same time, we also face urgent challenges managing an increasingly crowded orbit and safeguarding the space environment. So international cooperation is the key of progress. This award reminds us all that our greatest achievements are not only measured in technology progress and the payloads we are launching, but also in the trust we build, the data we share, and also the shared vision we inspire. And we have heard that and seen that in this opening ceremony. Let us continue to make space a platform for peace and discovery, innovation and opportunity for all, and especially for the next generation, which is so prominent also at this conference and which will shape the space sector in the future. This Congress, the International Astronautical Congress, is a vital forum for this endeavor. Space is no longer the limit. It's really our shared frontier, and I thank you very much for this great honor.
Thank you, Pascal. As you all know, Pascal was president of the IAF before me. It was an honor and a privilege to follow in her footsteps, and just a tremendous force of nature here in our community. Thank you. So thank you, Pascal. Thanks to all our honorees tonight, or today, I should say. Those awards are a reminder of what is possible when vision, determination, and collaboration come together. On behalf of the IAF, congratulations to all the recipients, and thank you for being part of this celebration this morning. Thanks.
Thank you, Clay. Thank you, Asanda. Maybe another quick round of applause for all of our winners. It's a great reminder that behind the big production that is in IAC, it's always about the people. With that in mind, now let's continue our journey through Australia's space history.
From the sound of the kookaburra to the vast silence of orbit, not many people from down under have risen above Earth's atmosphere. Paul Scully Power was our first. Andy Thomas was our most frequent. Chris Bosch-Heisen and Elaine Hyde went to space with Blue Origin, while Eric Phillips went from standing on Earth's poles to seeing them from space on the Fram 2 mission. Phil Chapman was a NASA scientist astronaut in the 1960s, but never flew. Megan Christian is a member of the European Space Agency Astronaut Reserve. And in 2024, Catherine Bennell-Pegg became the first qualified astronaut to represent Australia. While our mark may be small, it is growing. And there's now Aussie flags on the suits, inspiring a whole new generation.
That's all right, don't worry. All right, I'm Paul Scully Power, and I was the first Australian to go to space. Before I really get started, though, I want to congratulate the IAC. When you think about it, it's a big auditorium, the escalator works, the teleprompter works, and the sound works. So almost 41 years ago to the day, I flew as a payload specialist on the Space Shuttle Challenger. And that was before the accident, I might add. I have been asked whether I flew before or after the accident, believe it or not. It was called Mission 41G, and I spent 8 days orbiting the Earth. But actually, and especially in America, I'm known for something which is more interesting than that. And that is, it turns out I'm the first person ever to launch into space with a beard. And I think to this day, I'm still the only person to launch into space with a beard. And there's a big story behind that, and I'm happy to tell you later. But before I was selected, I was working in the astronaut office in Houston. You've got to be in the right place at the right time. I was working for the US Navy at that time, and I was working as an oceanographer. So on my flight, it was the first space shuttle flight that was dedicated to Earth sciences, and that's how I got the gig. But I did oceanography from space, the first person to do that. And most people don't realize that the ocean is actually a heat sink, and the ocean drives the long-term weather. So one of the things that I was able to do is I discovered that many parts of the world's oceans have spiral eddies. And so their dynamics, they're smaller than the big eddies you see in the atmosphere. But in a sense, they control a lot of what happens in the ocean, and the ocean controls the atmosphere and the long-term weather. So people don't realise that if we're ever going to get net zero, we've got to look at the ocean. And then my path to space was followed just 12 years later by Andy Thomas, who I think you all know. He became the first Australian national mission specialist in 1983. He made 4 space flights, his first in 1996, and he became the first Aussie to do a spacewalk in 2001. So here I am today. I relish my role as an advocate for Australia's sovereign space industries. And just before I finish, I want to give a shout out to Roger, who will be after Catherine. We all stand on the shoulders of giants, but Roger Franson is a giant. He is the engineer who set up most of the engineering, space engineering in Australia, and you're about to hear from him. So once again, I'm Paul Scully-Power. I'm part of Australia's space history. Thank you very much.
I'm Australian astronaut Catherine Bennell-Pegg. As a young girl, I looked up to giants like PSP and Andy, hoping with all my heart that I too would have the chance to be an astronaut. It at times seemed like an impossible dream. Australia didn't even have a space agency. So, like many of my era, I left Australia to pursue a space engineering career. But the establishment of the Australian Space Agency in 2018 brought me home, and others too, many of you in the audience today. In 2023, I began basic astronaut training at ESA's European Astronaut Centre, and last year I graduated as the first astronaut under the Australian flag, which I'm very proud to wear on my shoulder here. Thank you. Since then, I've been working with my colleagues to use the training to open doors for Australian scientists and engineers, and travelling around the country meeting young kids with that same wide-eyed optimism I had as a young girl here in Sydney, lying on the northern beaches, gazing up at the stars. And that is the power of space, and a dream, and I hope a reminder for all Aussies to strive for whatever their goal may be. I'm Catherine Bennell-Pegg, and I'm part of Australia's space history.
Aussie ingenuity is renowned around the world, and our space sector embodies that innovative spirit and creative problem solving. It's ingrained in our DNA. Across the 90s and 2000s, Australia used this spirit to carve out niches in space, working alongside our international partners like the US, Europe and Japan on combined ambitions and challenges.
The country's first satellite in more than 30 years.
Rode into space today on the back of a Japanese rocket, and scientists in Adelaide will use it for research.
SIAA ignition and liftoff.
From the Endeavour Space Telescope to FedSat, and the first ever IAC in Australia, the turn of the century was the spark before the flame.
Hello, I'm Roger Franson, and I'm an engineer that's been part of the Australian space industry for nearly 40 years. I gained my early experience working in the United Kingdom and in Europe, and then I returned to Australia in late 1986, just as we were starting on a period of growth for the Australian space industry. I joined a company called Ozspace, which was Australia's premier space engineering company at that time. And then I became its CEO in 1998. Among the many projects that I worked on with the Ozspace team were the long-track scanning radiometers for the European Space Agency remote sensing satellites, the Endeavour ultraviolet space telescope that flew on the shuttle twice on STS-42 and STS-67, and Australia's centenary satellite, FedSat, that was launched in 2002 on the Japanese H-2A rocket. These were just some of the highlight examples of Australian space capability. That period has passed, but today we're seeing a new growth in sovereign Australian space capability, and I'm proud to still be part of it. My name is Roger Franzen, and I'm part of Australian space history.
Hello from the International Space Station. I'm NASA astronaut Zena Cardman with my crewmate Mike Fink.
And we're thrilled that you're attending the 76th International Astronautical Congress in Sydney, Australia.
This year's theme at IAC focuses on space innovation and sustainability, and nothing exemplifies this better than the international collaboration to develop, maintain, operate, and use the International Space Station. November marks the 25th year of a continuous human presence aboard the station, hosting astronauts from 26 countries. More than 100 countries have participated in research investigations during its time on orbit.
As members of Crew 11, Zena and I joined the Expedition 73 crew last month for an 8-month mission. We're studying how to keep astronauts healthy during long space missions, develop new treatments for infections, produce stem cells in microgravity, and grow plants in space to support future exploration. How cool is that? Together, we're working on innovative science to help understand life in space and back on Earth.
The International Space Station serves as a springboard for developing a low Earth orbit economy and NASA's next great leaps, exploring the moon through the Artemis campaign and future Mars missions. Our achievements in space science and exploration will inspire future explorers in this new golden age of innovation and discovery.
So, from NASA to the global space community, enjoy IAC. We'll fly by and over again real soon.
I'm Enrico Palermo, head of the Australian Space Agency. At this very Congress 8 years ago, the formation of an agency was announced. That moment and what followed catalysed our nation's space sector, unifying our efforts and amplifying the innovation taking place across Australia. From leading space science and research to new on-orbit capabilities and technologies improving the way we live and work. Through the launches and returns in the red dirt of our outback and upon our expansive coastlines, we have come a long way from Adelaide in 2017. Today, Australia looks to the future, not discussing what could be or sharing plans or hypotheticals. We forge ahead as a proud, spacefaring nation with much to offer our international partners. I'm Enrico Palermo, and our team at the Australian Space Agency that I'm incredibly proud and fortunate to lead is part of Australia's space history and also our future.
Yidang Jamburuburu Morinja. Good morning all. I'm Tully Ma. I'm an engineering student and a proud Gundungurra woman. I am one of around 20 First Nations Australians supported by the Australian Space Agency to intern at NASA JPL as part of the National Indigenous Space Academy. For me, space has always been a source of inspiration. It asks us the big questions, and it shows us that how we explore matters just as much as what we discover. Space doesn't discriminate. It belongs to everyone. Because whether we look back more than 60,000 years to my ancestors, who are the world's oldest astronomers, or look forward 60,000 years into the future, it's about our planet and our people. My name is Tully Ma, and I'm excited to be a part of Australia's space future.
I am Sayangapa. Welcome to the Torres Strait Island Dance Group. Before we start, we would like to pay our respect by acknowledging the Gadigal people, our elders past, present, and emerging. First dance we're going to do for you is the dance, the Sikh dance. Awesome. The next dance is the dance of the moon. So where we come from up in the Torres Strait, we come from the tribe of the Comet tribe. So all of our song and dance are done using the stars, the moon, as the navigation. Hey, yo! The last dance is the dance of Samarap dance, the clacking of the thunder out the Torres Strait.
Guaguna banga, walama, 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 nini la nora, nini la nora. Guaguna banga, walama, 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 nini la nora, nini la nora.
Wow, what a way to finish our performances, bookended by the incredible culture that we are so fortunate to have here on our doorstep in Australia. And thank you to our First Nations communities for being so generous to us today by being part of this opening ceremony. We have, yeah, absolutely. We have really approached IAC 2025 as more than just a Congress, but an opportunity to connect our entire community with space and all the ways it impacts and benefits our life here on Earth. The city of Sydney is alive with space-themed activations, from our towering 10-metre tall inflatable astronaut, Astro, in Martin Place, you must go and take a selfie, to our epic street party welcome reception tonight. And I promise you that is going to be the welcome reception that you will remember forever. That's only happened through the power of collaboration between our local organising committee, made up of our hosts, the Space Industry Association of Australia, and co-hosts, the Australian Space Agency, where I'm incredibly proud to work, and the New South Wales Government. So many elements of the New South Wales Government have come together to support IAC right back from the bid in 2021. So it's my privilege to welcome to the stage the Premier of New South Wales, the Honourable Chris Minns MP, to open the Congress.
Thank you so much, friends. Thank you for having me and welcome to Sydney. I want to apologise because I was going to open with a somewhat gloomy quote from Oscar Wilde, who once said about humanity that all of us are in the gutter. But then he went on to say, but some of us are looking at the stars. And it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you to Sydney this week on the land of the Gadigal people as we look to the stars for the biggest space and aeronautics event anywhere in the world. Friends, I'm not a rocket scientist, I'll freely admit that, but even for an amateur like me, there's something endlessly exciting about the possibilities of space. I'm sure you all saw this week, but last week, I should say, NASA announced their new timelines for the Artemis project, which will, fingers crossed, see humans walking on the moon for the first time in 50 years. There's, of course, a strong case that the original moon landing was, if not the, one of the greatest days in human history. This is an international conference with a global audience, and I think you'd all agree that nothing has brought the world together like that moment. Yes, they called it the space race, and yes, it was a competition. But when the day arrived and people looked up at the stars and contemplated the genius of mankind, those national barriers faded into the background. In fact, there was an article in The New Yorker, published directly afterwards, which argued that the only jarring image in the whole event was the presence of a national flag. And they argued, it's traditional, of course, for explorers to plant the flag, and it struck us as we watched with awe and admiration and pride that our two fellows were universal men, not national men. Like every great river and every great sea, the moon belongs to none and belongs to all. And friends, standing here today and welcoming people from around the world, speaking different languages, but united by a passion for science and exploration, it's clear that space is still a universal enterprise. It belongs to none and belongs to all. The truth is, humans are drawn to mystery, and there's no greater mystery than the secrets of the universe. So while there's always going to be a natural curiosity about space, we still have to encourage it, we still have to nurture it. One of the great things about this conference from my country's perspective is that by being here this week, by all of you being here this week, you're going to encourage more Australian kids to think about space in the same way Artemis will spark in the world a new generation's interest in exploration. And next year, when my government and our state opens our new Powerhouse Museum, a museum for science and technology in Parramatta, I can tell you today that its first exhibition will be called Task Eternal, in partnership with the Smithsonian about our ongoing quest to discover the universe. Encouraging that curiosity is really important because we've got a paradox here. As public coverage of space has drifted off and on over the decades, the importance of space technology has never been more important. People might not think about it when they're going about their business, but it would be very hard to survive a single hour in the modern world without satellites and GPS systems, and of course, all the related technology. No live TV, no digital banking, no digital maps, not calls or messages. And that's on a good day when nothing goes wrong. When Australia experienced our terrible black summer bushfires 5 years ago, we relied on European satellites to map 1,400 fires across 1.5 million hectares, all in real time. And now for future disasters, we've got 5,000 fire trucks located across our state, connected to low orbit satellites to keep communication lines open during one of those emergencies. Even if people can't see it, even if it's not tangible as other goods, the progress made at this conference will touch every life on Earth every day of the year. Delegates, Sydney has the biggest concentration of space companies in Australia. Sydney companies are supporting navigation systems for Artemis. They've pulled off the Waratah seed mission last year. And just over the weekend, we announced a new partnership between our advanced manufacturing facility and the Space Machines Company to help produce satellites that repair other satellites in long orbit. So without wanting to sound too parochial this morning, there's a lot happening here in New South Wales. And if you like what you see, think about what it might mean to collaborate with one of our companies or even to set up shop right here in Australia. We've got the weather, we've got beautiful beaches, we've got a wonderful lifestyle, and we've got a cluster of universities as good as any in the world with 8 space programs producing thousands of graduates each year. Our University of Sydney rocketry team won the biggest rocket engineering competition in the world last year. And just as importantly, I think this is fair to say, and I hope it's been your experience this week, we're a welcoming country, a multicultural country, and one that wants to see this industry get bigger and better every year. So please enjoy your time here in Sydney. Thank you for coming. Thank you for pushing humanity forward. And it's my great honour to declare the 76th International Astronautical Conference officially open. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thanks, Premier. Thanks, mate. Thank you, Premier. And with that, the 76th International Astronautical Congress, IAC 2025, is now open. Here's to an exceptional week that leaves a positive mark on our industry for decades to come. For those who are involved, please follow Christian Fechtinger and the sign for the VIP tour of the exhibition. For everyone else, the exhibition hall opens a little after 12 p.m, so please go out, stretch your legs, drink in the sunshine, I think it's sunny, I'm not sure, and that fresh air out on the harbour, and get ready for an IAC for the ages. Thank you and have a great week.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please come in and grab your seats as we would like to start. Thank you very much for joining us for this first session of the IAC 2025 Plenary Program. I want to express my profound gratitude for your presence as we kick off this unique plenary session, which is called One-to-One with Global Space Leaders. And on this stage, you will be offered a series of really very exclusive interviews with the leading heads of space agencies from the global community. Now it is my honor to introduce the two moderators, the two interviewers. On my left, Gay Mowry, the president of the International Astronautical Federation. And on the other side, Enrico Palermo, our IEF vice president for agency relations. But before jumping into the session, Enrico, of course, has also another function. He is here as the head of the Australian Space Agency, and as it is tradition, we would like to ask the head of the host space agency here, to give some welcome remarks. Enrico, please, may I ask you?
Thank you, Christian. Distinguished guests, fellow heads of space agencies, ministers, and members of parliaments, and your excellencies, colleagues and friends. This is my chance to say a very warm welcome to Australia and the iconic city we have here in Sydney. I'd too like to begin by acknowledging the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional owners of the land in which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I hope you appreciate from this morning's opening ceremony that Australia's journey to the stars is enriched by millennia of First Nations knowledge. Wisdom that is alive and fresh today. And that's something we're going to look at this afternoon in the host nation plenary. How can we integrate that wisdom into how we operate, how we go to space? And I encourage you to join us. To our international guests, let me formally welcome you to Australia as well. We are thrilled and honoured to have so many of you here from over 90 countries around our wonderful planet, and it's a true privilege to host you this week. And for those that attended IAC 2017 in Adelaide, a warm welcome back. The Australian space ecosystem has matured rapidly over the last decade. Many successful projects, a record number of Australian-manufactured satellites delivering important capabilities, such as looking for those critical minerals we need for the green energy transition, through to a number of launches and returns. Australian technology is in space right now, and we're preparing to go even further. We've got a queue of Australian innovation with tickets to the moon over the coming years, including our lunar rover, Rover, and I encourage you to see our latest prototype at the Team Australia stand. We are bringing our leadership in harsh environments and remote autonomous operations to this new phase of space exploration. And since IAC 2017, when the formation of our agency was announced, I must say to much rapturous applause amongst this community, echoing the Governor-General this morning, Her Excellency, we've been focused on building off our geographic advantage, investing in the infrastructure, the capability, the people, and importantly, the partnerships, so we can be a more active collaborator. Our space sector now has heritage in space, and it's ready to scale. And we know that only happens from partnering with you, our global space community, as space is not a solo journey by any means. And we do have a long history of partnering in space, as we covered in the opening ceremony. In the shifting global environment we live in, Australia remains an experienced, trusted, and capable partner in space, a safe pair of hands, you could say. And in this week, we're leaning even harder and further into deepening partnerships. As our Minister for Industry and Innovation and Minister of Science, Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres announced earlier this morning, a treaty-level space framework agreement between Australia and the US has been agreed. That's more than just reinforcing the commitment between two great friends to continue to work together. This agreement charts new pathways for Australia's space sector to engage with major US space programs, opening the door for new opportunities for government, businesses and researchers to collaborate on joint projects with NASA and American partners. Minister Ayres also announced today a mandate to begin negotiations on a historic treaty-level cooperative agreement between the European Space Agency and Australia. This is the next chapter in a half-century-old story of partnership in deep space communications, navigation, and mission support. These announcements build on ongoing work to connect the Indo-Pacific region through long-term partners, including Japan, New Zealand, India, as well as new collaborations with our neighbours in the Pacific. As potentially the biggest benefactors of space technologies facing some of the most serious challenges from climate change, it's vital the Pacific has a seat at the table. That's why it's terrific to see leaders from the Pacific joining us at IAC this week, as we look to bring more voices into regional and global space discussions, and delivering on the promise we made back in Paris in 2022 for this to be an IAC for the region. So again, let me conclude by welcoming you all to Australia. We wish you a productive and enjoyable week here. I thank you for attending, and I know you can't wait to hear from some of our global space leaders. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Enrico. As it is tradition, we also want to give you the opportunity to ask your most burning questions to the individual heads of agencies, and you can do that by using our IEF app. So please see on the screen how you do that. Scan the QR code, and please mention also to whom you would address your question. Thank you very much, but with this, I would like to now give the word for the first interview to Clay Mowry, and like to call up Administrator of NASA, Secretary Sean Duffy. Please.
Well, welcome to the IAC, Sean.
It's good to be here, Clay. Thank you.
Look, I'm going to start with Artemis, because I think this is the thing that's on everybody's mind.
I thought we were going to start with jet lag.
Jet lag. You should be over that by now.
I'm not, actually, but it's great to be here.
So Artemis, it's the cornerstone of America's strategy right now for human space exploration. Why is that so important for America to go back to the moon? Why is this critical?
Well, listen, it was 53 years since we had humans at the moon, right? So I think this is, it's important that we go back, right? So starting next year, we're going back with Artemis 2. We're going out around the moon and back. Then Artemis 3, we're going to put astronauts on the south pole of the moon. And we all know there's ice on the south pole. Ice means water. Water means life. One of my first directives was to put out a directive for surface fission power. So we'll have the ability to have long-term sustained life at the south pole of the moon. So incredibly exciting. And again, what does this mean for us? You know, I think 10 years ago, if you look at the space economy, it's a, $600 billion economy in the US. No one 10 years ago could have envisioned that you'd have that kind of economy stand up today, but it has. And so I think if we look to the moon and the economy that's going to stand up there, I can't project what it's going to look like, but do I think it's going to exist? Do I think innovation and creativity and economies will stand up 10 years from now from what we're doing right now in this mission to the moon? Absolutely, and it's exciting.
That's fantastic. Beyond the moon, you have clear ambitions about going to Mars and for deep space exploration. How do you plan for those things off in the future, knowing you've got near-term objectives? How does it work?
I think it's one continual vision. Whether we're looking at Apollo to the space station, to lower Earth orbit, to this mission to the moon, and then to Mars beyond. I think it's one idea that we continue to explore. And so I would say as an American, it's always been in our hearts, from pilgrims to pioneers. We've continually explored, and maybe that's a little bit short-sighted because you look at all of our global friends and partners here, it's maybe not an American mission, it's in the human heart. I think humans want to explore. And so again, it's about the technology, it's about the innovation that's going to allow us to continue to stretch beyond and go to new places. So again, this is just, I think it's one continuation of human exploration. Again, pilgrims, pioneers, Moon, Mars, and beyond.
Well, you mentioned commercial LEO destinations, so I'm interested. I know you came out with something just recently around commercial LEO destinations in terms of the timing for moving forward. You want to talk a little bit about that? We've had the space station up there for 25 years now. What does it mean?
So, we put out a request for information, and we've gotten feedback. Some people have loved our directive, some people not so much. But what we're going to do is take that information and then come back to industry. But again, it's going to be a partnership that we're going to have with the private sector, and we think that that economy can stand up, and we can partner with them. It just doesn't have to be, government funding that's going to drive it. We do believe that our private sector partners are going to want to get involved and be players with us.
That's good. So, the U.S. has been a leader in space, a leader in exploration and partnerships with all of our international partners that are here at the IAC. How do you see American leadership in space as you look forward for the next few years or for the next decade?
Yeah, so we've led with our dollars, right? We've invested a lot of money in space. We've invested in technology. But I think as I look forward, I think it's critically important that we lead with a vision, right? I think if we look at what's going to happen in space, what do we want it to look like? What should it be? And I think if you look at the model that we have, that we should be transparent with each other. Again, it's the human heart that's exploring. We should be transparent, and we should come in peace. And those who have bought into that model and that idea, we're willing to partner with. Not everyone shares that vision. Some people have a different viewpoint, but we think that, again, the best path forward is for us as one human race to do this together with that clear ideology. And again, we've done this in the past. We've always come in peace. We haven't been in the business of taking people's land. We want to again promote those values in space that I think will. I think again it'll make it just far more encompassing and engaging for all of our global partners.
Okay, you had mentioned the role of, I don't know if there was applause there. Somebody started applauding it. We're all for international partnership in space. I think it's a good thing. You mentioned about the role of commercial industry there briefly. I want to pull on that thread a little bit, which is commercial industry, and by the way, NASA kind of led this with commercial cargo and then commercial crew. How do you see the role for commercial industry going forward? It's a little bit of a different business model now as you look at buying space as a service going forward. How do you think about that?
So, I mean, the way we look at it is NASA invests in really challenging problems, and we do that with our partners. And once those really difficult challenges become less challenging, we see the private sector step up, step in, and start to evolve around it. And then we're able to go on to the next challenging set of problems. And what you've seen now with the commercial sector is they make money, and then they innovate and create and continue to drive the space economy and innovation around it. So it's not just our US tax dollar at play, but we're leveraging the private sector as well to continue to help us get further and learn more as we go through this process. So again, they're critical to our success. And again, from SpaceX to Blue and others, they've just been remarkable. I mean, and think about this. I mean, that you can launch into space for $300 to $1 million. I mean, that was unforeseeable 10 years ago. And so many more people, so many more businesses have access to space because this industry has stood up and used economies of scale to drive down the price, which is fantastic.
It was exciting for me. I worked for Blue Origin for about 5 years, and to be involved in those first early missions on New Shepard was so much fun.
Remarkable.
Yeah. Now, I know this is a tough one, but when you look 10 years into the future, and nobody's going to hold you, nobody's going to come back 10 years now. But what is success?
Fact checkers out there?
You can come back, yeah. We'll host it here again. What does success look like 10 years from now? If you look 10 years down the road, what do you think that looks like for the U.S.?
So, listen, I think we are going to have sustained human life on the moon. So I'm also the Secretary of Transportation in the U.S., so we're going to build infrastructure on the moon. Maybe just not an outpost, but a village of people, a lot of people on the moon. I think that would be success. And then I think we're going to have made leaps and bounds on our mission to get to Mars. Are we going to be there yet? I don't want to say that. It's possible. But we are going to be at the cusp of being able to go to Mars, put human boots on Mars, which I think is incredibly cool. So I do think you're going to have a well-functioning, sustained base on the moon. And again, that's critical. What we learn there is going to help us get to Mars, right? What impact does space have on the human body? How do we have prolonged, time frames in space is what we're going to learn on the moon, and it's going to help us, get to Mars, which I think is going to be wildly exciting.
Okay. Before we get to some audience questions, hopefully this is an easy one for you, right? This is your first IAC. You're seeing the global space community. We're thinking about bringing the IAC to the United States in 29, which would be the 60th anniversary of the Apollo landing. What do you think of that? Is it something you would support?
What do you guys think? Should we come back to the States?
Yeah, all right. I love it. I love how he did that. He just turned it around on the audience. Perfect.
Based on, I think that would be fantastic. And again, we will have hopefully completed Artemis 3. We will have landed back on the moon, which will be exciting. And I think it'd be fantastic, whether we're going to somewhere in Texas or Florida or some other location, to bring you all back to the States and celebrate our great history in space with all of you would be wonderful. So do I have to start lobbying for this?
No. I mean, just wanted to get a nice, kind yes, and I'll take care of the rest, okay?
Deal. I love it.
All right, so, we have the theme here this week around sustainability. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about sustainability. We think about sustainability in our community, both sustainability in space with satellites and making sure that everyone can use this capability in space, and also for helping life on Earth. So do you reflect on that one?
Listen, we only have so much money, right? And so my view with NASA is, again, we have certain missions that come from Congress, and I think we provide great resources, whether it's with storms or wildfires or flooding. There's a huge role that we play providing assistance on Earth. What we learn in our atmosphere on the Earth is helpful as we go into to other planets. But there's only one agency that explores. Human exploration belongs to one agency. There's a lot of agencies that can get involved in climate change and that whole conversation, but only one is human exploration, and that's NASA. So what I've said is, listen, we're going to do our congressionally mandated function on Earth, and with regard to climate and sustainability, but if we burn up our resources doing that, which other agencies can do, we don't have the resources to continue our space exploration, and that is our mission. And so my focus has been deal with the congressional mandates, number one, but number two, focus us on human space exploration. And that's been my priority at NASA. And again, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't look at sustainability, we shouldn't look at what's happening on Earth, but again, there's a lot of agencies, a lot of groups that do this work. We're the only ones who are human space explorers. If we want to talk about sustainability in a different way, sustainability of life in space, right? That is critically important for us as well. And again, we have to spend time, right? See what impacts we have on the body, and see how we overcome some of the challenges as we evolve with science, medicine, and technology to make sure we can have long-term sustainability for humans in space.
I know it's one of the Australian Space Agency's keys, and I love how they talk about it, about sustaining us in space and how humans can live in space for the longer term.
Sustainability can go a lot of different directions.
Yeah, it's got a lot of permutations. There's several questions in here from the audience about surface fission power. And I don't want to get into the technical side, but can you talk a little bit about what does it enable? What does it bring to if we can get fission power on the surface of the moon?
So, well, just to be clear, some were saying that we want nukes on the moon. Not true. We do come in peace. But again, you need a reliable, long-term sustainable power source. And we believe that is the fission technologies, right? So we have opportunities for solar power on the moon. But we don't think that is reliable enough to have continual life-sustaining power. And so we've given the directive, and we're well on the process of developing that technology for the moon surface. But also, I think if we look at propulsion, this is going to be important as well as we move forward to beyond the moon, to Mars and elsewhere.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you for joining me today. I really appreciate your feedback. And
thank you guys all for having me. I appreciate it. Enjoy the conference.
Great job.
Thank you very much, Administrator, for being with us. It's now my great pleasure to call on stage the Director General of the European Space Agency, Josef Aschbacher. Please join Enrico. Welcome. Enrico, over to you.
Joseph, a warm welcome back to Australia. You're a fond friend and have visited Australia and the region many times. 2025 has been a very momentous year in ESA. One of the key thrusts was launching ESA Strategy 2040, which I encourage the audience to read and study. Tell us a little about the journey. Why did you publish a new strategy this year?
So thank you. First of all, very happy to be here. Congratulations to organizing this fantastic IAC, to both of you actually here on stage, but especially for you hosting us here. It's such a pleasure. So why did we publish the strategy 2040? First of all, we didn't have one. So we really were sitting back and said, look, where do we want to go long-term, not only for 4 years, because in the past we have published strategies that were attached to the mandate of one DG, of one Director General. I did one when I started in 21, so I published a strategy 25 called Agenda 25. But this time I thought instead, when I was renewed, I thought instead of doing an Agenda 29, why not looking further into the future? And not only my document as ESA Director General, but really something that is developed together with the member states. So this is a much wider one, much stronger one, and a longer view strategy that we have published. So it's really important to have a clear guidance. Where do we want to go? What is our main priority? And obviously then we implement the strategy via ministerial conferences step by step. So it's really a nice document. I can warmly recommend to read it. It's really giving a very good impression of where Europe puts its priorities. And one of them, the number one priority, is actually the theme of this conference here, which is on protecting our planet and climate.
Yeah, so to that point and that priority of protecting planet and climate, and you know, I think the theme of this year's Congress couldn't be more timely from a sustainability of access to space. How are you leveraging ESA technology and partnerships to, whether it's to combat climate change or ensure that space activities are sustainable?
Yeah, sustainability, climate change are extremely important policy priorities for Europe at political level, but also in space. That means developing space activities. And I think it's fair to say that we have really taken this guidance, which does come from our member states and their political leaders, to heart. And we have developed a space program that is quite outstanding in terms of monitoring our planet. But we do all and much of it together with our partners. One example is the Copernicus program. I think it's well known now globally. But we also have a science program, a meteorological program that goes hand in hand with the Copernicus program. And there we deliver about 350 terabytes of data every single day to users worldwide free of charge. That means we are offering to anyone to get these data of the oceans, the land surface, the atmosphere, the polar regions, so really all the elements of our Earth system for free, downloading them from our websites. And this is really also a contribution of Europe in general, and obviously also the European Space Agency, to make sure that we are, first of all, monitoring well our planet, but also then providing this data to anyone to use. And it's not only for climate change. Climate is probably one of the parameters that is, would say, well referred and quite often quoted. But these data are used for business, for agriculture, for forestry, for disaster management, for air quality, for ship routing, for air traffic management, and many other applications. And I can tell you, as probably many of you in the room here also are witnessing, there are many applications based on this data. So I'm very glad and very happy that as ESA, we are really working with the countries, for the planet, for its betterment, if I may say, but also with all the partner agencies across the world world to really get access to them. And Australia is one of our partners. We have an agreement with you to get a mirror of all the Copernicus data, which you then disseminate within the country and within the region.
Yeah, that generosity of ESA for that data is well appreciated by us, and I'm sure many nations around the planet. Our National Science Agency, SIAA, and our Geophysics Agency, Geoscience Australia, benefit from that data, and we use it extensively in management of our wide and diverse land here in Australia. Changing themes a little bit in Strategy 2040, and I think this reflects some recent speeches as well that you've delivered, it does call on strengthening European autonomy and resilience in space, while boosting the growth and competitiveness. So how are you developing those homegrown capabilities? What are they? And talk through a bit of the strategy about resilient access to space.
Yeah, autonomy and more independence in terms of strategic developments is certainly an important aspect, but that doesn't exclude international cooperation, and this is really going hand in hand. One of the actions I did just recently is to reinforce global partnerships. We have obviously a very long-standing agreement and partnership with NASA for decades on many domains, but also with JAXA for many decades. I see my friend from JAXA here, who will probably speak in a minute. And just in November last year, we have reaffirmed our long-standing cooperation to make room for new large, big corporations together with JAXA, and we are at the moment working on 4 domains that we have identified. But also with India, I've signed an agreement recently to focus on an intensification of cooperation, in particular here on exploration. With Canada obviously being a cooperating state of ESA, has all the access to our programs and is participating. I had a very nice interaction and a mission also to Canada, to Lisa and her team of the Canadian Space Agency, again to reinforce this cooperation, and many other countries, the UAE and several other countries that we are working with. So this is really something that goes from major agencies to many small ones. Altogether, we have about 320 international agreements that we have signed and that we're implementing right now. But coming back to your point on autonomy, yes, of course, we need to build up strength. We need to build up technology. We need to build up assets that we have in order to be a good partner on the cooperation and partnership table, in order to offer something and obviously get something in return for any good partnership. And this is certainly a priority we do. Autonomy starts with launchers. We have just had access to space again. We called the launcher crisis when we did not have a launcher between Ariane 5 and Ariane 6 for a period of 1 year. And I was deliberately calling it a crisis to make people aware how important launchers are as a very fundamental infrastructure to get access to space and therefore deliver satellites and receive all the data that we get from there. We have also at the same time decided not only to stabilize the exploitation of Ariane 6 and Vega C and ramp up the launch cadence, but also to have a completely new way of buying launches in the future through what we call the European Launcher Challenge, where we have newcomers that we select that may build up their rockets and sell services to us as an anchor customer. Some of the first ones are coming probably in the very near future. They have all their work in preparation, and we are very much looking forward to see them launching very soon. And this is really a complete paradigm shift of how in the future we will develop the next heavy launcher, which will then succeed obviously Ariane 6 as the heavy lift launcher which we have today. Of course, we need to stabilize the exploitation, make sure that our workhorse is really delivering all this capacity medium to long term. But yes, autonomy is certainly something that starts with launchers and then goes to programs like Copernicus, like Galileo, and others where we are building up strength and therefore capacity and infrastructure.
Wonderful. Congratulations on driving that strategy and that investment. I started by acknowledging it's a momentous year for ESA. So congratulations for all of us on the 50th anniversary of the European Space Agency in 2025. And we're certainly proud here in Australia that the roots of ESA through the European Launcher Development Organisation started here, and it's wonderful to see how ESA's obviously blossomed over those 50 years. So as you celebrate the anniversary, another key goal in ESA Strategy 2040 is to inspire Europe. So how are you inspiring the public, the youth, and others through the Inspire Europe program?
no, inspiration, of course, space and inspiration go hand in hand. But let me just say, Enrico, one word on the announcement you just quoted before when you made your speech, your introductory speech to this panel here, that your minister announced and gave you a mandate to negotiate a cooperation agreement with ESA. And I'm very happy to see that. Thank you for the trust in choosing ESA as one of your partners, and very much looking forward to do that. You mentioned rightly that actually we had a very intense cooperation 50, 60 years ago when you were a member of ELDO, which was the predecessor organization of ESA, and we launched about 10 rockets from Australian soil, the Europa rocket as it was called at the time. And I think this already shows how long-standing our cooperation is, and how intense and how deep it is. But coming back to inspiration, yes, inspiration or Inspire Europe is one of the 5 pillars of the new strategy. Of course, space is inspiring by nature, but there's many actions and many elements that are making this possible. Obviously, the astronauts are always the very inspirational ambassadors of space, and they are doing a fantastic job with all the work they're doing on the space station, and really coming back with the results, but also the impression they have from their point of view up in space and seeing planet Earth. And every time they come back to planet Earth, I ask them, what has most impressed you when you have been on the space station, apart from doing all the research and technical development? They all say, looking down at our planet, seeing it from a distance, from a very different viewpoint, is so fascinating, is so inspiring. You don't see wars, you don't see borders, you don't see different races and religions. People are just down there, and this is a planet that is so beautiful, but also so fragile, and we have to protect it. And I think this notion of seeing it from there is very strong, and is something very important. In fact, one of the astronauts, when he came back, said to me, look, I wish that every single citizen on this planet, 8+ billion people, could go to space once and see it from there, and the world would be a very different one if this would be made possible. But inspiration also, of course, means having European projects working together that inspires, being proud of achievements that we are making among the countries. As you know, we are uniting 23 countries through the European Space Agency. And this is also inspirational, that we have projects that are of a European dimension, where we build rockets together, where we build satellites together, data systems together, digital twins together, and really work at the forefront of space technology. And I think this is something where I really want to attract young people, young talents to the programs and projects we are initiating. And I think this is really inspiring and inspiration at its best. And yes, this is one of our priorities as well.
Wonderful. We'll take one quick question from the audience before we have to wrap up, and they're ranked here for me. So with respect to launches, one of the questions is how is ESA thinking about reusability of launches in design going forward?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a key question. Of the new candidates that we have now selected, there are 5 of them that we have in the inner circle for the next phase. All of them will use reusability as a key criteria, because it is about cost, and cost obviously is reduced by using reusability, of course, at a certain, I would say, weight class, because this only becomes really efficient above a certain weight class. But certainly reusability is one of the prime elements I see coming in the new launcher generations.
Great. Well, Joseph, thank you very much. Congratulations on the 50th anniversary, and Australia is thrilled we're entering negotiations on the cooperative agreement.
Thank you so much.
A big thanks to the Director General of the European Space Agency, and it's now my pleasure to call on stage next the Chairman of the Indian Space Research Organization, Dr. Narayanan. Welcome. Please join Clay.
Welcome.
Clay, over to you.
Thank you, Christian. Chairman Narayanan, I know ISRO, I've come to visit your headquarters. It's been fantastic experience. And by the way, congratulations on the recent GLEX that we held in New Delhi this past year. It was fantastic. You did a wonderful job. Yeah, thank you. You know, what struck me the most when I went to visit ISRO was the strong heritage in space applications that ISRO has. Can you talk a little bit about space applications, what you're doing, and how it reflects back on the theme here, which is sustainable space, resilient Earth?
Yeah, from the beginning of Indian space program, our major focus was on utilizing the advanced technology of space for the benefit of common man, of our country, of course the global community to some level. And we were always focusing on that. Now, when you talk about the sustainable development goals of UN, there are 17 sustainable goals. And out of that, we are contributing 14 sustainable goals. Let me explain a couple of things.
Please.
For example, our space activity was started in the year 1962. And today we have come a long way and multiple applications. Number one, ensuring food security was one of our key targets. And through our Earth observation satellites, we are doing a lot of activities in that area. Then water security is another important thing. Then coming to, if you talk about education as an important thing, you know, we have exclusively launched one satellite sometime back called EduSat. And we are using teleeducation as one of the important applications. In fact, it was very impressive way it was utilized. Then climate change is another aspect. Climate change, when you talk, for example, air pollution and routine changes. So we are having a couple of satellites for studying the climate changes and contributing. Then coming to disaster warning and mitigation. And that is another important area probably we are contributing. In fact, there was a time when disaster happens, a lot of people used to lose. But today that is not the case. And we really monitor, for example, cyclone, flood events, forest fire. We, in an advanced stage, we monitor. And of course, a lot more has to be done, but a lot of things are done in these areas. Then coming to health sector. Health is another important sustainable development goal. This area also we are contributing, and clean energy is another area. Thereby, if I tell really in the area of the serving in these areas, we are doing great job. Another thing is weather forecasting. Weather forecasting is one of the very important aspects. And of course, weather forecasting for accurately predicting the weather aspects, we need to monitor a lot of data. And through the satellite only it can be done. Otherwise, it is not possible. And the entire data is utilized through the model. And today, the weather forecasting is really very accurately it is done. Almost 35 years back, things were not that in order. So thereby, through the space program, we are serving the country in sustainable development goals.
Fantastic. I asked Secretary Duffy, the acting administrator, about the role of private sector in space. I'll ask you the same question. How does, and I know there's a lot happening in India right now, right, with the private sector in launch and other activities. How do you view the private sector? How does ISRO work with the private sector? There's in-space. Can you explain a bit what you see there?
There are two aspects involving private sectors. In fact, earlier, when till today we have developed 6 generations of launches, something around 133 satellites of various types we have built. There was a time the entire activity was done like a proto-hardware in the organization, in the space government sector. But then, when the number of launches, number of satellites increased, and we had to utilize the private sector in a big way. For example, whenever we launch a PSLV, and almost I will say 80% budget is going to the industries. In terms of hardware realization, in terms of assembly, everything goes. But today, later part, the space sector reform is announced by Government of India. The credit should go to our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji. And today the demand of the space in terms of every application is huge application. And only government sector alone cannot do. So the space sector reform is announced, and a separate entity called InSpace. I think the chairman is also here. Mr. Bhavan Goenka is here. And a separate entity is formed for enabling the private sector to work. In fact, I want to tell, a few years back, the number of startup companies, what was contributing for our program was hardly 3 to 4. And today, it has gone to 330 plus numbers. And we strongly believe the startup companies, academia, and the private sector has to come in a big way. And really, the space ecosystem in the country has to grow in a big way, considering the future demands in terms of application satellites, in terms of communication satellites. And we are going in a big way. In fact, our private sectors today, the activities happen in multiple areas. For example, there are startup companies who are building the launch vehicles, and all the systems are getting built. There are startup companies capable of realizing the satellites as a total. And another area is the data, utilizing the satellite data. For example, Earth observation data, huge data is available. Now, converting as useful product, and a lot of activities are done. In fact, I am very happy to inform this August audience, the last 4 years, the contribution of startup companies have grown, and it is going to grow in a very, very big way. In fact, when we started our program, our goal was nothing connected with commercial aspect. Only how to utilize the advanced technology, space technology, for the benefit of the common people. But today, an organization like this, a 63 years old organization, a space program for sustaining commercial aspect also is very, very important. So we are also focusing on that. In fact, today our share is hardly only 2%, and this we want to take it to much higher levels, 8 to 10% level, maybe another 10 years. And so we are working towards that also.
Fantastic. ISRO has a very active lunar program, and in fact, you won a big award at the last IAC for the Chandrayaan mission. I mean, it was really kind of a master class for me to watch you guys explain how you did this very precise lunar mission. Can you talk a little bit about the future for lunar exploration for ISRO? Where are you heading? What's next? What's your next accomplishment or feat?
In fact, when you talk about the lunar exploration, first of all, let me thank other spacefaring nations who have really supported us in a big way. For example, the Chandrayaan-1 was the first interplanetary mission. I think there were countries, for example, USA has supplied a major payload. And jointly with USA, that payload with our mission, we have found first time water molecules on the moon. And then I think the credit should go not only ISRO, it is a USA, along with USA we have done. And there were countries really who supported. Then coming to, you take the Chandrayaan-2 mission. Of course, it was supposed to be a soft landing mission, but then we had multiple objectives. And we have placed a orbiter. And today, if you see the orbiter, originally it was designed for 1 year only. But now it is because of the outstanding mission management work what was done, and precisely placing the orbit with less propellant, utilizing less propellant from the satellite. It is working for almost 6 years, and we are having one of the best cameras with high resolution camera, highest resolution camera, 32 centimeter resolution camera is in the orbit. And that is giving so much data. And Chandrayaan-3, you all know, August 23rd, 2023 was a very, very historical day for us. And we could successfully soft land near South Pole of Moon. And one is landing, soft landing. Another thing is it has discovered a lot of minerals, 8 minerals, and we could understand seismic activity. We could understand the thermal gradient. We could understand the electron clouds. But one good thing is, everything we have distributed to the scientific community for the people to utilize the data. Then coming to the future, lot of programs are there. Number one, Chandrayaan-4. Chandrayaan-4 is a mission. What we are planning, it is a sample return mission. We started with orbiter mission, went with the soft landing. Now we are talking about the sample return mission. And it is going to be a huge mission. Basically, it is a 9,600 kg total satellite mass. And our vehicle capability, we cannot lift in a single vehicle. So we are going to lift off using 2 vehicles. And then we have to, once we lift off with the 2 vehicles, it has to be docked in the space. Then we have to do undocking and landing. And lot of technology development is required. And this year, I am happy to inform this August audience that one of the important experiments, the space docking experiment, we have successfully done. And in fact, January 16th, 2025, we successfully accomplished that experiment and docking 2 satellites and transferring the power from one satellite to another. And again, de-docking, multiple time docking we have done. In fact, I want to tell the entire mission objective was accomplished with just 50% of the propellant what was budgeted. And so that experiment we have succeeded. Now, using all this experience, and another thing is this year also we demonstrated for the first time your robotic arm deployment in space. And all these things will be utilized for this Chandrayaan 4 mission. And another mission is a LUPEX mission. I think our colleagues are there from JAXA. So I have to thank them. And we both are working together. And it is a heavy lander mission, their launch vehicle. And together we are working. In fact, our Honorable Prime Minister of India, 3 weeks back when he was in Japan, it was officially announced. And we have got the project approval. And we are going to have a joint mission. And compared to Chandrayaan 3, it is going to be a heavy lander. Chandrayaan 3 was a 1,600 kg lander. This will be something around 6,800 kg lander. And Chandrayaan 3, we had a 25 kg rover, which was doing the experiments. Here it will be something around 350 kg rover we are building. And the life of this Chandrayaan 5, rather LUPEX, is also going to be 100 days. And that's what is the target, and which is going to bring a lot of scientific outcome for the global scientific community. And then we are also continuing the program. In fact, one of the area where we have initiated the study is, we are working on the human spaceflight program. But here, we are also initiated some studies. We are yet to get the government approvals on our Honorable Prime Minister has already given the direction, landing on the moon by 2040. This is also one of the target on which we have initiated a couple of studies, and lot of payload developments, all those activities are initiated. Thereby, the exploration of moon is going to be a continuous activity for Indian space program.
Okay, just one quick one from the audience. We're almost out of time. Gaganyaan, any update on Gaganyaan? Where do you stand with the Gaganyaan program?
Gaganyaan program, you all know, it is a technology intensive program.
Yeah.
And number one, we have to complete the human rating of the launch vehicle. And all the propulsive system, we have completed the test. And orbital module, right now, we are in the final phase of realization. And environmental control and safety system is yet another important thing. A lot of control components, modules, and software work is involved. We are in the advanced stage. And crew escape system for enabling the escape of crew in case of demand. That development is in the advanced stage. A couple of experiments we have done. A lot more, some more experiment has to be done. Another important thing is parachutes for splashdown. And recently also we completed one experiment. In fact, 9 parachutes are required for accomplishing the mission, and we have integrated way, we have done the first test, and now some more tests are planned. Now, to complete the program, 3 uncrewed missions are planned. And first uncrewed mission is targeted most likely this year end. And there we are going to send a off-humanoid called Biomitra. That development is completed, and which can operate a lot of systems and understand and respond, so that is over. And this year we are targeting the first uncrewed mission, mainly for vehicle characterization, aerodynamic characterization of the vehicle, and taking end-to-end a nominal mission. Followed by 2 more uncrewed missions, we are working on that, and we are targeting every once in 6 months, 1 uncrewed mission. And after reviewing all the results of these 3 missions, we are targeting 2027 beginning the crewed mission. And the way the entire country, because it is not only ISRO activity, it is the national activity. Various organizations are involved. In fact, after splashdown, we have to recover the team. And the entire module for that, we need ship, we need helicopters, lot of things are required. So many departments are working. It's a national endeavor. And our target is get the success 100 out of 100 in the first attempt. So the entire country is working towards that.
That's a great target. Well, thank you so much. I think we're out of time. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for joining us. Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
Thank you very much, Dr. Narayanan.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to call on stage the President of the Canadian Space Agency, Lisa Campbell. Please join Eric Enrico.
Welcome. Please, yeah. It falls very slow. There you go. Lisa, a warm welcome. I understand it's your first time in Australia. We're absolutely thrilled to host you. How's the trip so far?
It is wonderful to be here. What a beautiful country. And I saw some huge birds at the fish market, the pelicans.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Bigger than what we have back home.
Well, we're really pleased to have you here with a terrific delegation from Canada. Canada's a trusted global leader if you look what you've done on the space station and the shuttle and before. But as you look to the future as the President, and congratulations on the extension of your term, how can Canada further strengthen and diversify its partnerships and remain that trusted global leader?
It's a wonderful opportunity for us. You know, we're building on our historic partnerships. Soon you'll see we're going to have an astronaut fly around the moon as part of the Artemis II mission. But we are also taking advantage of the fact that space is growing to diversify our partnerships. So we've always understood that space obliges cooperation, whether it's Earth observation, space exploration, or developing cutting-edge technology. We know that we go further together. So we want to be that trusted partner everyone wants to work with. And as my colleague, Dr. Joseph Ashbacher, mentioned with Europe, when we welcomed you, Joseph, to Canada with a strong delegation this summer, we underscored our shared goals. You met many people in our nation's capital. And it's a partnership that we've had since 1979. Our predecessors knew it was a good idea to build those bridges. And it's a mechanism that's been extraordinarily rewarding. So we reinforced that with your visit. And we look forward to continuing those strategic high-level planning and prioritization discussions at the ministerial this November. And then with Japan as well, when I had the chance to visit Dr. Yamakawa and the amazing work that's happening at JAXA this summer, from sustainable exploration to Earth observation. And this fall, Canadarm2 will capture Japan's first HTV-X cargo spacecraft on the ISS, a tangible sign of our storied cooperation. So this is the kind of engagement, Enrico, with key nations, yourself as well, here in the South Pacific. It dovetails with Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy to promote peace and security, along with expanding trade and opportunity by enhancing and diversifying our economic relationships. We're also open to talent. Canada welcomes the best and brightest minds to help drive space science and technology R&D. And we view this as an opportunity to go further into the universe together.
Great. The Canadian government recently has announced quite record investments in defence, and we're pleased some Australian partnerships are part of that. Like the Australian Space Agency, the Canadian Space Agency is a civil space agency. But what do these investments mean for you?
We share a lot with you, a huge landmass and a relatively smaller population, and yet sovereign requirements. So we are going to have a new defense industrial strategy in Canada. Our government has committed to spending $9 billion by this spring, and then probably more to come following that. With these investments and the priorities that the government has shared, you need an industrial base that grows to support those investments. And thankfully, space is an incredibly resilient sector, as all of you know. So the answer lies in leveraging our excellence, highly skilled workforce, world-leading technologies, and a strong track record of innovation. So we view the Canadian Space Agency, a civil agency. We can play a key role in these efforts. Most space technologies, up to a certain level of technology readiness, are dual use by their very nature. They can do both things, and it's essential. So we think it's a strategic advantage, and it supports our efforts for national sovereignty and security. Emerging opportunities include in-space servicing, refueling, enable sustainable access to space orbit, advanced robotics, Canadian strength with proven global demand, AI applications, critical deep space systems. All of these things are going to have applications in defense, but also everything that we want to do on the civil side. And then obviously cybersecurity. We're seeing strong academic leadership, and we have a quantum capability demonstration ongoing now at the Canadian Space Agency. So in many of these areas, civil and defense needs naturally converge. And today, I'm pleased to announce that the Canadian Space Agency is investing over $13 million to advance new space technology development projects, most of which have dual-purpose applications. The investment's going to help ensure that Canada remains equipped to address emerging security challenges while reinforcing our sovereignty. So 17 Canadian companies, some of whom are here at the IAC, will receive funding, helping them expand into new markets and also boost the Canadian economy.
That's wonderful. Congratulations on that announcement. We have going back to the theme, and congratulations again, the theme of sustainable space, resilient Earth. And as you think about investments in Earth observation in space, and we've often talked about how we're afflicted by similar things. You call them wildfires, we call them bushfires. How does the world stand to gain from further investments in Earth observation?
We have all sorts of environments in Canada, in the north and the east coast, in the winter and the summer, and each of those seasons is now bringing new things that we need to deal with as a country. So for Canada, Earth observation strengthens our resilience, our ability, as you mentioned, to respond to wildfires, which now cost Canada $1 billion a year just to manage. Rapid changes in the Arctic, which makes up 40% of our land mass, biodiversity loss, or extreme climate events. So space-based EO, there was a strategy that our government put out a few years ago. It underpins everything that we do. It helps us monitor these changes, anticipate their impacts, but also empower communities to look after the land, and then also save money, save infrastructure using space data. And Canadian companies have a lot to offer on that front. So also today, I'm pleased to announce that we're providing funding to 20 Canadian companies through our Smart Earth initiative. The Canadian Space Agency will invest $5 million to support innovative solutions using satellite data to tackle biodiversity challenges. Some of these projects are AI-driven. They'll address issues including declining species population, habitat degradation, deteriorating water quality, and also forest disturbance. And as we celebrate 30 years of RadarSat this year, our synthetic aperture satellites, we're continuing to look ahead. We're actually developing the next generation of Earth observation capabilities, exploring the future potential of high-quality star data. And this is something that makes you think about how far we've come. When we first started providing satellite data to government agencies and companies, we actually offered them money and said, will you please try and experiment with our space data? And some said no. Now, we are met with huge demand from across government and public sector companies, but at first, we needed to teach people how to use it, what applications it had. It's really interesting to see where we've come. We also have opportunities to strengthen our resilience, particularly up north, like the proposed Arctic observing mission. Our presence in the north depends on weather prediction, good communications, and space can help with that. And then you touched on a really urgent example, wildfires. On average in Canada, about 8,000 wildfires burn more than 2 million hectares of forest every year. And the costs I mentioned earlier, environmental, financial, human, are staggering. So our WildfireSat mission, which we've just announced recently, has a real opportunity to turn that tide. We expect it'll save the Canadian economy up to $5 billion over the life of the mission, over 5 years, and that's a direct use of space data to save lives and save communities. At the G7, hosted in Canada this past June, new investments were announced to extend WildfireSat coverage to the rest of the world, not only in Canada, and we're very happy about that, because it's what we want to do is share this precious space data with the rest of the world.
What a terrific run of announcements and strategy you're pushing out this year, Lisa. Congratulations. It's clear the global trade environment is shifting. How are you adapting to that? How's Canada adapting, and how do you see your space sector play a role in that shift?
The government has set clear priorities, strengthening our nation, ensuring safety through strategic defense investments, deepening and diversifying global partnerships, and building a resilient, future-ready economy. You all know this. Space is a strategic enabler on all these fronts, and it plays a critical role advancing our national goals. Our space sector is very strong and has a lot to offer in the current context, proposing solutions that are flexible, adaptable, and it's both the commercial space players, but also the public space agency. But the aspirational opportunity ahead of us is even greater. We're at a critical moment, I really believe this, Enrico, where space can play a key role in nation building. Canada's leadership in key areas, space robotics, synthetic aperture radar, Earth observation technologies. It shows how these unique strengths where you deliberately invest will end up being sought after around the world. So it can also help you with what you're trying to do at home, but you can export those capabilities and help other countries. If you look at missions like our high-altitude aerosols, water vapor and clouds mission, we plan to award 2 parallel contracts to the mission's 3 instruments to encourage innovation and allow us to explore multiple concepts before moving forward, because speed matters. So we're looking at ways to procure faster, also taking advantage of commercial off-the-shelf applications, because the days when which we could spend a lot of time iterating with complex specifications are done. We need to be much faster, move out with initial operating capability, and then iterate it and perfect as we go along. And space isn't a luxury for Canada, it's a necessity. So our geographic position on the planet, like you, I think, makes our country a desirable place to do space business. We've got oceans for spaceports, and then you also have access to interesting orbits from Canada. Our space sector creates jobs. That's increasingly important for governments. It contributed $3.2 billion to Canada's GDP in 2022, and the space sector generated $5 billion in revenues and supported 25,000 jobs.
Fantastic. I'm going to take a quick couple of questions from the audience, Lisa. And the top polling one at the moment is, I mentioned earlier, but what is your vision for the future of Canadarm technology in space exploration, thinking about lunar and Mars exploration?
Canadarm technology?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, that's a great question. So does anybody here know the phrase cosmic catch? That's when our arm reaches out and catches incoming cargo vehicles. And I use that example because we've recently celebrated our 50th, and that was not something that was conceived of when the arm was first built. So Canadarm is a wonderful example of us iterating space robotics over time. And right now, we're in phases C and D of Canadarm3 for the Lunar Gateway, advanced space robotics, AI-enabled, that will both help assemble the lunar outpost, but also maintain it when humans aren't present. And there's so many spin-offs from this. We know that space robotics are going to be essential to low Earth orbit, but also deep space. And what they've done is they help free up human time. They, as we've iterated the technology on Canadarm2, it's allowed astronauts to focus on things that they need to do, important science, biology experiments, everything that they go to space to learn. And the arm is really there to support them and to take on more and more tasks to free up their precious time and energy. So as far as we're concerned, we think there's limitless possibilities for space robotics in space servicing, debris removal, building new space stations, and we're really excited about that future. Great question, thank you.
That's wonderful, Lisa. Well, we're at time, unfortunately. I'd love to keep the discussion going. But
thank you.
Again, congratulations on the announcements this week, and welcome to Australia.
Thanks so much, Enrico. Lovely to be here.
Thanks a lot, Lisa Campbell, President of the Canadian Space Agency. And now it is my great pleasure to call on stage Mr. Bianchi Gang, the Vice Administrator of the Chinese National Space Administration, CNSA. Welcome.
Sir.
Well, welcome, Vice Administrator. China has been recognized for a number of the achievements by the IAF, by the way, for Chang'e 5 and 6. Can you talk a little bit about some of your recent accomplishments in space, and what are the plans looking for the future for future missions?
应当说，中国航天事业保持了持续的这个快速发展。那么， 2024年至今的12个月内，我们进行了72次的这个航天发射。天问2号任务呢，于今年5月份发射成功，现在离地球在4500万公里之外。今年呢，这个中艺电磁卫星02星也成功发射，这样提高了全球对空间环境的监测能力。去年我们也开放了嫦娥5号月球样品的国际租借、国际借用。那么总共11个国家，超过24个研究机构进行了申请，最终6个国家、7个研究机构通过了遴选。目前呢，来自英国、法国、德国、日本、巴基斯坦的科研机构完成了借用协议的签署和样品的领取。美国的纽约大学实习分校也已经完成了这个借用协议的签署。
Now China Space has consistent rapid development. Since the October of 2024, which is in the past 12 months, China has implemented 72 times launch missions. And Tianwen-2 mission has launched successfully in this year, May, initiating the trip of China's first asteroid sample returning. And currently, the China and Italy electromagnetic monitoring satellite 02 satellite has been successfully into the orbit, and it's further increasing our global space monitoring ability. And last year, we have opened the Chang'e 5 lunar sample first batch international loan. And in total, we have received about more than 24 scientific institutions application from more than 11 countries. And come to a conclusion, finally, CSA has approved 7 scientific institutions from 6 different countries. And currently, the institutions from UK, France, Germany, Pakistan, Japan has already completed the signing of the agreement and also has been already collected the samples. And the US State University of New York at Stony Brook has already signed the agreement as well.
Okay. In the news recently, China has agreed to some new climate goals. And I know the theme here is about resilient Earth and taking care of planet Earth. Can you talk a bit about CNSA's work on remote sensing and these technologies that have contributed to combating global climate change?
中国呢高度重视利用空间技术应对全球的气候变化，愿意就构建韧性地球与国际大家庭共同努力。
China paid close attention to the tackle climate change with space technologies and are willing to provide our best effort to build a resilient Earth with our international partners.
Okay, and please go ahead.
在政策方面呢，中国将应对气候变化纳入国家战略，降低碳排放强度已经成为经济社会发展的约束性指标。国家航天局也通过发布白皮书，支持相关科学研究和技术创新等举措，发挥航天技术在应对气候变化中的重要作用。
I'd like to share some perspectives. So firstly, from the aspect of strategy, China has already included the addressing climate change as the national strategy. Lowering carbon emission density has become the binding indicators of the social economic development. CNSA also using a set of means such as publication of the white paper and supporting relevant scientific research and also technical innovations to play a very important role in using the space technology to tackle with climate change and also protect our very valuable Earth as our home.
Very good.
在技术层面， 中国构建了强大的天基遥感系统，已经成功发射超过500颗的对地观测卫星，建立了对全球大气、海洋、陆地资源的全天候、全覆盖、全时段的监测能力，为气候监测、自然灾害预警、环境保护等领域提供了关键支撑。我们还部署了全球首颗森林碳汇的监测卫星勾芒号、二氧化碳监测卫星大气1号等新技术卫星。
From the aspect of technology, China has built a very strong space-based Earth observation system. And currently we have launched more than about 500 different satellites. These are all about remote sensing satellites. And we have formed the monitoring ability to the global atmosphere, ocean, land with the feature of all weather, full cover, and full time. And currently, we have also deployed the first in the world, which is the forest carbon sink monitoring satellite, Zhimang, and also carbon dioxide monitoring satellite, Daqi-1, and other new technology satellites. This has provided very important data support.
在推动国际合作及惠及全球方面，中国始终秉持开放包容、合作共赢的理念，深度参与全球气候和环境治理。我们召开了航天技术应对气候变化国际会议，也积极响应法国等国家倡议的航天技术支持海洋可持续发展，也积极参加金砖国家的遥感卫星星座、空间气候观测平台机制与世界气象组织、欧洲气象卫星应用组织等保持紧密的合作，构建交流沟通的合作的平台，积极共享数据资源，拓展应用场景，打造示范案例，促进航天技术造福全球人民。
On the aspect about international collaboration and it benefit the world countries, China always uphold the principle of open and inclusiveness and win-win cooperation, and deeply involved in the global climate governance. And also we've organize and hold the International Conference on Using Space Technology to Tackle with Climate Change. We actively participated in the BRICS countries' remote sensing satellite constellation and also the mechanism of space weather monitoring platform. We also work very closely with WMO, EMUMETSAT, and together build a high-level international collaboration platforms. China also actively shares the satellite data resources to reach and engage and further improve the remote sensing using scenarios to make an example to our international partners. To together promote the space technology, the deep integration with the global climate initiative and benefiting more countries.
Very good. So China has Tiangong, a space station in orbit. We have the ISS. We talked a little bit about commercial LEO destinations coming online. So all this increase in human activity in space, but yet we have also on top of this more satellite constellations, mega constellations. China has 1,000 sails as one of its projects that's going. How do we think about the debris challenge and what does that pose for long-term sustainability in space?
我们觉得外层空间是全人类的共同财产。随着全球空间活动的快速发展，空间可持续发展面临严峻的挑战，特别是巨型星座的快速发展，平轨资源日益紧缺，轨道碰撞的风险也在加剧。中国一贯主张合理开发利用空间资源，保护空间环境。面对外空可持续发展的挑战，中方提出以下主张与实践。
Outer space is our common asset of all humankind, and it is very important that we focus on the long-term sustainability of the outer space activity and also the peace of the world. With the rapid development of global space activity, we're now seeing a very serious challenge on the sustainable space development, especially with mega constellations. And we can see there are more risks is happening in the on-orbit collision and frequency and orbit resources. And China has always hold our position on the reasonable development and use of space resources, protect space environment. And facing with the great challenges about the outer space, sustainable development, China has the following positions.
意思呢，维护以联合国为核心的国际体系，落实外空活动长期可持续性的21条准则，在联合国框架下推进外空全球治理规则的制定。
First is to maintain the UN as a core as the international system, and to implement the 21 guidelines for long-term sustainable of outer space activity. And with the framework of UN, we will promote the policy making of outer space global governance.
第二呢是加强技术创新，开展空间态势感知系统的研究，建立空间避碰应急的处置机制，提升空间交通管理的能力。中国目前正在推进空间碎片减缓顶层规划，推动监测预警、防护技术的发展，也在开展空间碎片主动移除技术的验证。
Second is to enhance our ability to use new technologies to tackle with the space new challenges, which include to together establish the system research on space awareness, to establish space collision avoidance emergency response, to improve the space traffic management ability. Now China is promoting the space debris mitigation top-level planning to promote the monitoring alerting. And also, most importantly, is we are currently research on the active removal of this space debris on orbit.
Can I just ask, on some of these satellites, are there requirements by the Chinese government to have fuel to deorbit the spacecraft at the end?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we're about out of time, but I appreciate your answers. Thank you very much for joining us, Vice Administrator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bianchigang, for being with us here. Thank you. It's now my great pleasure to welcome on stage the President of the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA, Dr. Hiroshi Yamakawa. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hiroshi, a warm welcome back to Australia. We last had the pleasure of hosting you in Perth, co-hosting the Asia Pacific Regional Space Agencies Forum, and it's terrific to have you back. Reflecting on the last year, it's been a big year for JAXA. So if you rewind to when we last met as a Congress in Milan, what have been some of JAXA's highlights over that year?
Well, thank you for your great question, Enrico. Well, for example, this June, we launched the satellite called GOSAT-GW, which is dedicated to the observation of greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide and methane. And that is the third satellite for us engaging in the observation of greenhouse gases. And that satellite was launched by the 50th and last H-3 rocket. And that was used for about 20 years for launching Japanese satellites. And The next one is, as already explained by my colleague ISRO, chairman of ISRO, this August, ISRO and JAXA signed implementing arrangement regarding LUPEX, which is a lunar polar exploration mission, and JAXA will provide the launch, utilizing H3 rocket. ISRO will provide the lunar lander, and JAXA will provide the lunar rover. So it's really a perfect mix of, I would say, international collaboration. And the third topic is about the launch, which will take place in 3 weeks from now, already mentioned by Lisa. And we will launch utilizing our 7th H3 rocket. We're going to launch HTV-X, which is a cargo transportation vehicle to the International Space Station, and which is an updated version of the previous HTV, which we launched HTV 9 times in the past, and all of them were captured by Canadarm. And again, the next one, the updated version of HTV, we call it HTV-X, will be also captured by Canadarm. So it's really great international collaboration, I would say. And next year, we will launch MMX. MMX stands for Martian Moon Exploration Mission. And based on the past experiences of Hayabusa 1 and Hayabusa 2 mission to asteroids, we will launch our spacecraft MMX to the Martian moon. There are 2 moons around Mars, Phobos and Deimos, and that MMX will go to Phobos, and we will go near do proximity operation, land on the surface, and do sampling of the surface materials, and bring back the samples to the Earth. So the launch will take place in 2026 next year, and the samples will be back in 2031. I will talk about it later. And also, as you know, Japan and the JAXA engage in we are the part of the Artemis programs, and we're going to provide very important subsystems for the gateway, and also we're going to provide the pressurized rover where 2 astronauts can ride and stay or do several experiments on board for at least 1 month, and but the remaining 11 months will be, automatically controlled. So that is, I think that is a great contribution from Japan to the Artemis program. So that's what the current status.
Wonderful year, and I remember exchanging emails, asked if I could get a driving lesson in the rover when it's built. A wonderful year, and congratulations on that. Australia and Japan celebrate decades of treaty-level scientific cooperation, and one of the things Japan has clearly excelled at is extraterrestrial sample return, and we were proud to host the return of Hayabusa in 2010, and then in 2020 we're privileged to support Hayabusa to return, and we see that as one of our defining moments of our new agency in the early days. You touched on MMX. Any further you want to touch on and explain the MMX mission?
Yes, well, thank you very much for referring to Hayabusa 1 and 2 again. It's really a great examples of a great international collaboration between Australia and Japan. Both Hayabusa 1 and 2 return capsules on to the Woomera area, and especially for Hayabusa 2 mission, the return of the capsule happened in 2020 at the height of COVID-19. But we had to send about 80 JAXA staff to Australia. So I really appreciate not only the operation of the retrieving capsule, but also very complicated procedures regarding Australian government. So I really appreciate the great contribution of Australian Space Agency, Australian Ministry of Defence, and Australian government as a whole. So thank you very much for that. And regarding MMX, as I said, we will launch the MMX spacecraft in 2026 and returning the sample back to the Earth in 2031 again in Australia, Woomera area. And I hope that will be a great success again. And I already know that it's already, great examples of, Australia-Japan collaboration. And MMX will go to, for the first time, we will go to Phobos. And the first time I return the samples from the Martian sphere back to the Earth. So I think it's really scientifically important, but also there's lots of innovation regarding sampling mechanism, returning samples back to the Earth utilizing capsule and parachutes. And everything is, I think, has been overcome already. So MMX is almost, completed. And right now we're doing the final testing of the MMX.
Wonderful. This year, Japan is hosting the world. One of the milestone events globally is Expo 2025 in Osaka. Tell us about JAXA's engagements through Osaka World Expo.
Well, Osaka Expo started this April, and it is about to end. Mid-October, Osaka Expo will end. But I think it's really a great event because so many, VIPs from all over the world visiting Japan, and a lot of people visiting Japan, and especially for JAXA, it is great that there's high-level events with so many countries occurred in Osaka Expo, including Australia. Thank you very much for your visit to Osaka. That was a wonderful time for I think both of us.
Absolutely.
And so I had the privilege of meeting so many, for example, heads of state, and at the space event with those countries. And so that was really, a great moment for us, and not only for Space Agency, but also for the two countries.
It was such warm and welcoming
Yes,
hospitality.
so.
Thank you. Earlier you talked about partnerships and mentioned a couple. What about the possibility of emerging countries partnering with JAXA?
Yes, we have been, we are, organizing a forum called APSF, that is, which means Asia Pacific Region Space Agency Forum, and we have been collaborating with, so many emerging countries, especially in Southeast Asia, and but in addition to that, collaborating mainly, for example, Earth observation, and also disaster response or disaster management, utilizing many satellites of many countries. So if something happens in Japan, other countries help us. If something happens in those countries, Japan will help. So that is really a great framework for responding to disasters. So that is one of the examples, but the other examples, for example, we are collaborating with the United Nations, the UNEUSA, and the name of the program is called Kibo Cube, and that will provide opportunity for emerging countries to deploy their CubeSats or small satellites into orbit through the Kibo module of the Japanese experiment module of the International Space Station. That's one of the examples. The other example is JAXA is collaborating with the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. So JAXA and JICA are collaborating in terms of capacity building. So we are inviting young researchers or professionals or students to Japan, and having so many opportunities, providing so many opportunities for education, experiences, and so on. So I think collaboration with emerging countries is so, fruitful for both of us.
Wonderful. Going back to the theme of sustainable space, resilient Earth, what are, in a little more detail, some of those programs where you're looking to tackle climate change or disaster risk management?
Yes, I said we have launched this year GOSAT GW dedicated for greenhouse gas observation, but so we are currently operating 9 Earth observation satellites, and most of them are utilized for, capturing the current status of the, I would say, environment of the Earth. And for example, we have 2 radar satellites for observing, for example, a forest, tropical forest. And as I said, we are operating 3 greenhouse gas observation satellites and 2 satellites for precipitation and weather-related phenomena. So all of those data are combined and mixed to provide the not the answer, but the service to those who needed those kind of Earth data. So I think Earth data is very valuable, but the most important thing is how to use those data, combining with other data. So we are, honestly speaking, struggling, but we would like to contribute to, solving global issues like climate change and disasters.
Excellent. I'll ask one question and then we'll go to some questions from the audience. JAXA and Japan, this industry, are known as one of the pioneers in the field of space debris mitigation and remediation. You could talk a little about where you see that going in the future.
Oh, thank you very much. A great question. We think, JAXA thinks that the space debris issue is the one we must cope with because there's not enough time to solve for this problem, because if we do nothing, there will be a big disaster, I'm sure. So one thing we are doing is to not only SSA, space situation awareness. Of course, we are engaging in SSA to protect our own satellites based on the observed satellite data or space debris data. But the other thing we are doing technically is to actively remove space debris. And we already launched the first satellite dedicated to observing space debris of Japanese origin, because we cannot have an access to other debris. So we already collaborated with a Japanese startup called Astroscale to monitor and capture the current status of the space debris, like what does the surface look like, what is the spin rate, what is the attitude of the space debris. So we have done that, and it was a great success. And we are right now going to the second phase of the mission. So based on the captured data, we would like to move on to the next phase, which means we are going to actually capture the space debris and remove it from the orbit. So that will happen in, I hope within 2 years. Wow. And another thing we think is important is that not only technology, but we have to contribute to rules, guidelines regarding space debris issues. So, of course, we are contributing to UN-USA, United Nations USA Office of Space Affairs, UN-USA, and also we are contributing to IADC, which is Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee, and also to ISO, International Standardization Organization. So that kind of is everybody knows it's not easy to have a consensus, but it's very important to contribute to the discussion in order to prevent, collisions between space debris and active satellites.
I must commend Japan for many years has been a pioneer, and it's great you continue to lean in that. Please thank you. Thank Hiroshi for joining us on stage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yamakawa, and once again, a big thanks to all our panelists, and of course also to our 2 fabulous moderators. Thanks a lot, Clay Maury and Enrico Palermo. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in about 5 minutes, our first session in the Global Networking Forum will kick off in Parkside 2. And for IEF member representatives, the General Assembly will also kick off in a few minutes in Parkside 1. So please move there to register. Thank you very much. Which is the host plenary, so it is tradition that the host organization has the privilege to organize one of our plenaries, the Monday evening plenary, and that's it. So the title of this host plenary today is Beyond Integration, Building Earth-Sky Knowledge Infrastructure for a Co-Discovery in Space and Sustainability. And it is my distinct pleasure to welcome on stage the two moderators of this session, Kirsten Bansk, lecturer at Swinburne University of Technology, and Enrico Palermo, the head of the Australian Space Agency, and they will introduce their speakers. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the host nation plenary of the International Astronautical Congress of 2025. I'm Dr. Kirsten Banks. I'm a proud Wiradjuri woman and an astrophysicist, although some of you may know me as Astro Kirsten on social media. And I'm honored to be your moderator for this plenary. As an astrophysicist, I study the universe, from gravitational waves to distant galaxies, and I'm passionate about translating the latest scientific discoveries into stories that connect us all. I also share and celebrate our rich Aboriginal culture, showing how it fits into science, and not just in the past, but in the present and ongoing into the future. Culture is not ancient history. It is living, breathing, and it's evolving. It's here now. and it continues to shape how we understand the world around us. Now, we gather here today in the stunning harbour city on the land, sea and sky country of Gadigal. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land, sea and sky country in which we are, and I pay my respects to the elders past and present, and I extend that to all of our First Nations brothers and sisters that are here from across the country and across the world as well. You might ask why we speak of Gadigal Nation here in Australia. It's because Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders Australia is made up of many distinct groups, each with unique cultures, languages, and laws. These are the world's oldest living cultures with deep, enduring knowledge systems and connections to country that continue to thrive today. This morning, we were given a glimpse into Australia's space history in the era of the space age, but the space history of this land extends far beyond. We are the first scientists, the first peoples to take meaning from the universe and work with it to explore and care for country, sea country, and sky country. During the Welcome to ceremony, we heard about the powerful reflections of Woomera, a place where rockets are launched in this land, Australia. But it's also a traditional tool that uses physics to launch us further. And that space exploration, just like the Woomera, it's about launching us further than ever thought possible. But we cannot do that without Indigenous perspectives. They are not just part of our past, but they're also essential to our future. I am proud to be part of that future, a future where science can walk together, where we build a space sector that is not only innovative, but inclusive and grounded in the knowledge systems that have guided this land for tens of thousands of years. Throughout this session, if you have any comments or questions, please reach out and provide them to us via the QR code on the screen. And now I'd like to invite Enrico Palermo, head of the Australian Space Agency, for his opening remarks. Enrico.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. And I also acknowledge Dr. Banks's acknowledgement of the Gadigal people on whose land, sea and sky country we gather on today, and pay my respects to the elders past and present. Well, good evening, everyone. I hope you've had a terrific first day, and welcome to the IAC 2025 Host Plenary, proudly presented by the Australian Space Agency in collaboration with the Canadian Space Agency and the New Zealand Space Agency. The plenary was shaped from Indigenous thought leaders from Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. Professor Dean Sanders, Dr. Kirsten Banks, Professor Reuben Bolt, who I note is on the Prime Minister's National Science and Technology Council, Michaela Jade, Professor Martin Nakata, Dr. Laurie Rousseau-Nepton, and David Pedanata O'Connell. I would also like to acknowledge the IAC 2025 Local Organising Committee, the Space Industry Association Australia, and the New Zealand government, who entrusted us and gifted us with this opportunity to develop this important plenary. Their support and confidence in this vision enabled us to bring this unique and, I think, powerful plenary. Australia is often called the lucky country, but luck alone doesn't explain the resilience, the sustainability embedded in our land. As highlighted in a report on elevating Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander knowledge systems from the Office of the Chief Scientist, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples are Australia's first scientists, technologists, engineers, mathematicians, systems thinkers, and more. Their knowledge, developed over more than 65,000 years, includes sophisticated understandings of astronomy, medicine, and land management. Over millennia, this knowledge has enabled adaptive, resilient, and innovative responses to extreme and isolated environments, from our hot moonscape landscapes in the Pilbara to our snowy mountains in the south. Today we face complex challenges in space: orbital congestion, space debris, and limited universal governance frameworks. The rapid expansion of on-orbit activity raises questions of equity. Who gets access to orbital slots, to space resources?
Space sustainability is not just about preserving the space environment, it's about ensuring the long-term viability of space services underpin our economies, our communications, and our climate resilience. Ensuring the sustainable use of space is a global issue, and it demands a global response. And here in Australia, we bring to that response a legacy, this legacy of resilience and sustainability, one that stretches back tens of thousands of years. We at the Australian Space Agency have been on a journey with 5 extraordinary, respected Indigenous leaders, now joined by Canadian and New Zealand experts, to design and deliver this plenary which invites us to go beyond integration, to build Earth-sky knowledge infrastructure for co-discovery. So let's explore how ancient wisdom and modern science can come together to shape a sustainable space future and a resilient Earth. So thank you for being here, and I implore you to strap yourself in as we venture beyond integration.
Thank you, Enrico. Now we're going to hear from Professor Martin Nakata. He's been working at the cultural interface of knowledge for decades. His insights introduce us to different ways of thinking about some of the questions and possibilities we could explore, and if we're brave enough, to not just integrate Western science and Indigenous knowledge systems, but to explore what lies beyond.
For Indigenous peoples right across the world, space is not empty. It's not dark. And there is certainly no such thing as space nullius. For 65,000 years, Indigenous people have understood space as densely populated with relationships, responsibilities, and patterns that extend from horizon to horizon, not as metaphor, not as mythology, but as sophisticated intellectual assets that represent untapped resources for contemporary space science. Today, I want to share with you why achieving our conference theme, Sustainable Space and Resilient Earth, requires us to fundamentally expand how we approach space knowledge. Let me introduce you to 4 types of knowledge assets that Indigenous systems have developed over millennia. Consider this extraordinary fact. Indigenous knowledge systems contains observational data about celestial phenomena spanning thousands of years. These aren't simply stories passed down. They're compressed, encoded data sets about astronomical events, cycles, and anomalies that extend far beyond our written scientific records. When Aboriginal Australians describe the variable brightness of Betelgeuse, or when they track this 18.6-year lunar standstill cycle, they're accessing data sets that no modern observatory possesses. Think about that for a moment. Observational records that predate our telescopes by millennia. Now, raw data is powerful, but it's what you do with those observations that creates true knowledge assets. And this brings us to our second asset. Western science excels at reduction, breaking complex systems into manageable components. Indigenous knowledge systems have developed something profoundly different. Frameworks for understanding relationships between seemingly disparate phenomena. They connect celestial movements with terrestrial effects through observations, as I said, spanning millennia, identifying patterns in how space weather affects animal behavior, how stellar positions correlate with climatic shifts, how lunar cycles influence geological processes. These represent correlations we haven't even thought to look for. And here's where it gets even more sophisticated. These integrated frameworks operate within completely different temporal concepts. Our third asset. Our scientific frameworks predominantly use linear time, past and present, and future, in nice, orderly sequence. Indigenous analytical methods incorporates cyclical recursive time concepts that can identify invisible patterns to linear analysis. When Indigenous astronomers speak of the every when, where present, past, and future knowledge converge, they're using analytical frameworks that could reveal periodicities and recursions in space phenomena we're currently missing. Imagine what we might discover with these different temporal tools. And finally, these temporal frameworks are grounded in something equally sophisticated, our fourth asset. We have remarkable global telescopes and satellite networks, but Indigenous peoples have developed something unique. Highly localized, precise understanding of celestial phenomena manifest at specific terrestrial locations. They've created sophisticated local calibration systems for astronomical observations worldwide. Each provides vantage points for understanding space-Earth interactions. This is precise observation at a scale and specificity we're only beginning to appreciate. Now, here's the critical point, and this is where the very opportunity lies. These knowledge assets don't exist as complete, accessible archives waiting to be downloaded. Centuries of colonialisms have fractured and displaced these systems. What I'm proposing isn't extraction of existing knowledge. It's about collaborative reconstruction and co-discovery. Think about multi-messenger astronomy. Combining gravitational waves, electronic magnetic signals, and neutrino detections reveal phenomena invisible to any single method. But here's the difference. We're not combining existing complete systems. We're reconstructing analytical capabilities that colonialism made invisible, then exploring what becomes visible when these reconstructed frameworks combine with contemporary space science. This isn't about adding perspectives to your existing work. It's about exploring entirely new analytical capabilities through a collaborative reconstruction process. Kirsten.
Thank you, Martin. Progress doesn't come from staying in our comfort zones, and you've given us much to consider as we shift focus to some practical applications of the concepts you've outlined. Our first case study takes us to Canada, where we'll explore a rich tapestry of multidisciplinary and multi-generational insights. We're joined by Laurie Rousseau-Neptune, an assistant professor at the Department of Astronomy and Astrophysics at the University of Toronto. Laurie brings us a unique perspective that bridges cutting-edge astrophysics and Indigenous knowledge systems, offering a powerful example of how science and culture can inform and inspire one another. Take it away, Laurie.
Quick, bonsoir, good evening. Before I start, I want to thank the ancestor, and I also want to thank the stars, because without them carry on their daily duty, we would not be here today, like literally. So I'm an assistant professor at the University of Toronto in the Delap Institute for Astronomy and Astrophysics. I am Innu on my dad's side and settler French-Canadian on my mom's side. I'm a member of the Pequot-Camille-Nuats First Nation, which is north of Quebec, east coast of Canada. When I graduated in astronomy about 9 years ago, my first job was resident astronomer at the Canada-France-Hawaii Telescope in Hawaii. It was my dream job. I studied there star formation. It's a cycle that for billions of years has been happening in the universe, in which stars fabricate new elements and share them with the rest of the universe, forming new generations and eventually planetary systems and us. I also build instruments for telescopes on the ground and eventually in space, I hope. And I guess that's what defines me as an astronomer. But I quickly realized that my training was purely academic and something was missing. I didn't have any astronomical knowledge from my own community and I needed to fix that. And I think to some extent, all of us, when we graduate to any programs, we need to fix our education. And so I started reading stories and asking members of my communities, elders, about it. And I found so much. And I extended it to many other communities and also in Hawaii. And I learned about wayfinding on the ocean in Hawaii. I learned about timekeeping by the Navajo Nation, who uses constellations and stars like many others to track specific time. I learned about weather forecasting using the scintillation of stars, their appearance, their color when they cross the horizon to predict weather by the Dene community. And so much more. And all of this was related to astronomy, but also other science. It is truly multidisciplinary. And it still felt it was just like the tip of the iceberg. Like if astronomy was once something way central to all of these cultures. And this is what led me into the field of archaeoastronomy. And today, I'm going to take you on a trip on one site. I started studying North American sites, which I believe are ancient observatories. So we're going to go to Wyoming on the top of a mountain or close to it, to the medicine wheel that is called Bighorn. And I prefer to call them actually Sacred Circle. This site is at 3,000-meter altitude. Ancient observatories were very different than the one we know today. They were horizon observatories, tracking the rising to the east and setting to the west of bright objects and planets. And they're defined by their methods of how to track precisely these positions. On this site, it is defined by lines of rocks and structures around the site. If you look around, you'll see on the plateau 3 areas with additional stone circles and other smaller wheels with their own spoke. And I believe they're all linked to the main structure. These are grouped in some section here. And before I go into detail, just wanted to say that I've heard countless stories about this site. It is very far away from my own territory. We're in the territory of the Shoshone, the Blackfoot, and many others. And one story was saying that this site, when it was heavily used and when people were going often, over there was summer all year long. And believe it or not, on that image that was taken close to summer solstice, there was a lot of snow. And believe it or not, the next day there could be a snowstorm. And so I knew just by this story that the site had to be very old, pushing us back to a time when it was much warmer on the summit of that mountain. And with 28 spokes and so many structures, I had the hope that my science could help me maybe date the site, but even better, figure out what the astronomers were doing back there. And so in order to do that, you need modern tools to precisely assess which stars and planets were rising and when. And so you need data elevation model. Those are helping an astronomer to define very precisely the horizon line, knowing all of the mountains and plains that are surrounding the site over hundreds of kilometers. Then you need to model the light path of the stars into the atmosphere, which act a little bit like a lens, and due to refraction, can change significantly the position of object you observe on the horizon. And then we're fortunate. Nowadays, we have extremely large databases that contain the proper motions of stars, so that's their velocity in the Milky Way with respect to the sky plane. And also, it contains global motions like the precession of the equinox, which is this 26,000-year-long cycle for which the Earth rotation axis is pivoting on itself. And that changes significantly the position of stars on the horizon. And we also have visualization tools, which can be practical and send you back 5,000 years ago and see what the sky looked like back then. And so I could tell you all of what I've learned about this site, but also about myself when I studied it. But I'm not going to do that today. I'm just going to focus on one thing, though. One thing that this site taught me and that I think could teach all of you something very important. So we're going to go to the northwest on a hill very close to this main structure, where there are many smaller stone circles, 6 meters across. On that hill, it's a very special hill, It is a hill that actually crossed the horizon line about 600 meters away from the main circle. Someone standing on that hill would be sitting on the horizon line. And so, with 28 spoke, I was able to date the site. It brought us back 3,300 BC, 5,000 years ago. And all of these structures are leading to one of the spoke, one star that I was able to identify as Deneb, setting on that hill 5,000 years ago. But all of these structures had to be pushed way farther back in time. So you see here the path of Deneb in 6,000 BC, 8,000 years ago, 5,000 BC, 4,000 BC, 3,000 BC. A slow drift of a star on a hill nearby the site. But there's much, much more than 4 measurements up there. There's tens of them. They had purposefully designed an experiment to measure the drift of a star for thousands of years, measuring the precession of the equinox, this 26,000-year-long cycle. When I saw that, I realized that they had to have been building the site there for that very purpose, or at least that they had it in mind. The main wheel is located there to have access to that hill to make those very measurements. The builders, when they built it, they probably didn't even got the fruit of their labor. They didn't get to learn about it. They had to teach the next generation how to do these very measurements in the same way and pass along the knowledge to the next one. Up until 100 generations later, they would know about it. What they left behind is minimal. It's just a few rocks scattered on the top of a mountain. But they left behind a legacy of learning and wanting to learn about the universe. So when I think about this message that the ancients are trying to send us through this site, I think we could use a lot of it for space exploration and how we use the environmental space around the Earth. It would be unthinkable to try to clean the orbital space in 1 generation. But if we build a project and aim to clean it in 100, then that seems more accessible. And somehow, I like to think that the ancestor, if they would see us today, they'd be proud of what we can accomplish. What I do hope, though, is that in 100 generations from now, in the future, people will be looking back in time and see what decision we made. And I hope that they will be proud. And I don't know yet what they will be capable of doing in 100 generations, but I want it to happen. I want it to be possible. And I want to give them everything that they need to do the science that they want then. And so I'm sharing with you the 100 generation principle. This phrasing is based on the 700 generation principle, a principle from the Haudenosaunee community, in which every decision needs to be forecasted for 7 generations before taking it. Thank you.
Truly incredible. Thank you, Laurie. Next, we'll hear from David Penenara O'Connell, the chair of the Tawhaki Joint Venture, who will share how the Tawhaki National Aerospace Centre is pioneering a bold new model for aerospace innovation, one that's deeply rooted in Indigenous values, ecological restoration, and cutting-edge technology. This approach challenges conventional paradigms and offers a vision of space exploration that is both sustainable and culturally grounded. David, the floor is yours.
Kia ora, Kirsten. Tai timu, tai pari, ngā wai o maha nui, te taki haruru ki te pikau mumura o kaitorete whenua e rere ana ki a tātou e. Kei ngā mana, kei ngā reo, kei ngā mātau waka o te ao, tēnā koutou katoa. To the many distinguished authorities, the voices, the people present here from across the world, I greet you all. Picture this. You come from a culture who studied the stars long before telescopes existed. who traversed thousands of kilometres across the Pacific Ocean long before navigational use of the compass, who knew that everything in the universe is connected through whakapapa, the genealogical relationships that bind us all together. You've seen what works on your land, and your people remember how to do it. Your culture carries stories of an ancestor, Tāwhaki, who climbed to the heavens to bring knowledge and well-being back to his people. When you step in to a conference of industry leaders such as this, though, you're told that this Indigenous approach is interesting, but they question whether it really belongs in serious and modern-day infrastructure decisions. At this point, you can do one of two things: argue your case, or make like that ancestor and just start climbing. Fast forward a few years and you've established the Tāwhaki National Aerospace Centre, a joint venture between the New Zealand government and local Indigenous councils, Taumotu Runanga and Wairewa Runanga. Every action and decision is informed by Indigenous leadership, ecological expertise, and leading aerospace innovators, all dedicated to approaching aerospace in a way that protects and revitalises the surrounding environment. All located under the open skies of Kaitorete on the east coast of Te Waiponamu, New Zealand's South Island, identified as one of the best places in the world to take flight. Like that ancestor who, according to the legend of Ngaitahu, ascended to the heavens, brought back knowledge for his people and planet. This set the standard for all of our mahi, and our organisation has been named for this bold character who personifies our values and aspirations. Tāwhaki the ancestor was known for his good looks and his daring. He dared to be different and he dared to be better. And that's not always easy in a world built on established norms. When Tāwhaki set out to ascend to the heavens, he wasn't just chasing knowledge, he was challenging the status quo. He was climbing beyond what was known, guided by relationships and sheer tenacity. In many ways, Tāwhaki the organisation is doing the same. We're taking bold steps in an Indigenous-led venture in aerospace. And yes, sometimes we feel like the good-looking distant cousin who's turned up at the party and everyone's wondering what we're doing there. When Tāwhaki was announced, several of our founding team, including myself, attended an industry event that very same evening. As we sat in the room full of established aerospace professionals, the imposter syndrome was palpable. Do we belong here? Are we ready for this conversation? Will they accept the way we think? The very fact that we questioned our place in aerospace while simultaneously launching an ambitious, dual-focused initiative captures the very complexity of holding true to who we are while working within an established Western-dominated system. But here's the thing, we do belong, not just because we're here, but because our knowledge systems, our pūrākau, our whakapapa, our mātauranga are not lesser, they're not quaint, they're not historical curiosities, they're valid, rigorous, and deeply relevant to the future of Earth and space alike. Yet as aerospace develops further each year, we're discovering that many of the challenges the space industry faces, sustainability, systems thinking, long-term stewardship, are precisely what Indigenous peoples have been mastering for millennia. And as innovators and explorers know, if everyone follows the same path, you'll never unlock the potential and discovery. Tāwhaki didn't explore in a conventional way. He leapt from wave top to wave top. He adapted to challenges, and he knew how to choose the strong vine to ascend to the heavens. At Tāwhaki, we are doing the same. Our work is grounded in kaitorete, the unique stretch of whenua or land between Te Waihora, Lake Ellesmere, and the vast Pacific Ocean. It's a place of abundance, of ecological significance, of history and stories, of wide open skies. And with our Lake Te Waihora full of eels on one side, it's deeply tied to the Pūrākau, where Tāwhaki meets Tuna, the eel in the highest of heavens. He tells Tuna of the bounties of Papatuanuku, our Earth Mother, and Tuna descends to live in its cool waters. This story isn't just about eels. It's about connection, about movement between realms, about the idea that knowledge flows from heavens to earth, from atua to tangata, from gods to people, and from flora and fauna to us. Recently, Dawn Aerospace completed its first flight from Tāwhaki with the rocket-powered high-altitude aircraft Aurora. This suborbital spaceplane travelled at supersonic speeds to a height of 67,000 feet to gather data and intelligence, following Tāwhaki's example of using technology to forge new relationships with celestial bodies. Likewise, our partnership with Kia Aerospace and NASA, looking to improve methods to monitor water quality, initially at Te Waihora, explores the interface of space-based intelligence with our intergenerational observation. Today, we express the knowledge that was retrieved by Tāwhaki not only through our traditional practices, but through satellites, sensors, and data. Intelligence created through observation, through perspective, through processing power that goes beyond human levels. Space technology for us becomes a means to heal, restore, and rejuvenate what defines and identifies us as tangata whenua, people of the land. The aerospace companies we support are developing technologies that could serve both interplanetary mission preparation and local ecological restoration. Sensors that might one day monitor atmospheric chemistry on other planets could also track the recovery of our waterways, measure how to restore native plantings affected by local weather patterns, and document the return of native birds to rejuvenated landscapes. This is what Indigenous futurism looks like in practice. We're not choosing between preserving traditional culture and advancing into space. We're creating infrastructure where space technology can strengthen connections to place, to ancestors, to the natural world that has sustained us for generations. Indigenous peoples represent less than 5% of the global population, yet we protect 80% of the world's biodiversity. This isn't coincidence. It's the result of knowledge systems that understand relationship, reciprocity, and long-term thinking. As we venture into space, as we contemplate becoming a multiplanetary species, shouldn't we be centering precisely on those types of knowledge frameworks? This is our challenge and our opportunity. How do we ensure that our expansion into space strengthens rather than severs our connections to each other, to our home planet, and to the relationships that make us human? The aerospace industry has a choice. We can continue replicating the same extractive, capitalist, hierarchical models that have created the current environmental and humanity crises, or we can embrace Indigenous knowledge systems that offer pathways to sustainable, relationship-centred approaches to space exploration. Our integration of environmental knowledge with aerospace facilities aims to enable innovations that purely Western approaches might miss. So what does it mean to ascend to the heavens? It means daring to be different. It means imagining the impossible. It means choosing the strongest vine. It means gathering knowledge with humility and purpose. It means recognizing that Indigenous knowledge is not a relic, it's a roadmap. It means understanding that space is not a frontier to be conquered, but a realm to be engaged with ethically, rationally, and respectfully. It means knowing that our whenua, our ancestral home, is not separate from the space technology. It's the reason for it, the purpose. This is Tāwhaki's challenge to you. Climb higher, but never forget while you're climbing. Gather knowledge from every relationship, every connection, every kinship tie between earth and sky. And when you reach the heavens, remember that the real test isn't whether you can stay there, it's whether you can bring back wisdom that serves all life. Tāwhaki is climbing again. Who will join us in the ascent? Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, David. A truly powerful sentiment. Now, finally, we turn to Australia to explore the theme, Walking with Fire, Lightning and Legacy, where we'll uncover powerful insights for building a sustainable space future and a resilient Earth. We are joined by Professor Ruben Boltz, Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Indigenous Strategy and Services at the University of Sydney, who will share how Indigenous knowledge systems, rooted in deep connection to country and guided by generations of wisdom, can inform and transform our approach to science, sustainability, and innovation. Thank you, Ruben.
Thank you, Kirsten. Good evening, everyone. I'm very honoured and privileged to be able to work at the intersection of Indigenous knowledge and future-facing innovation. But before I begin, I want you to think about something that I'm about to say. I want you to hear it, but not only hear it, I want you to listen to it. Listen to what I'm about to say. And what I'm about to say is this. Indigenous knowledge is an asset to the world and a gift to humanity. Today I want to share with you 3 Australian case studies that beautifully and succinctly demonstrate how Indigenous knowledge systems and Western science has come together. Not in competition or surrounded with tensions and controversy, but in collaboration and agreement to address some of the most pressing challenges of our time, including those that speak directly to sustainable space and resilient Earth. These 3 exemplars are Painting with Fire, Rainstick, and David Yenapon's weaving of ancient knowledge and modern innovation. Let's begin with fire, not as destruction, but as creation. For over 65,000 years, First Nations peoples have used fire as a way of reading and caring for country. In Northern Australia, cultural burning is a practice of lighting small, cool fires in mosaic patterns. These burns are done with precision, at the right time, in the right places, and for the right reasons. They protect sacred sites, regenerate native plants, support animal habitats, and reduce the risk of catastrophic bushfires. As Uncle Victor Stephenson, a Tagalaka man, says, "We don't fight fire with fire, we walk with it." But this is not just land management. It's law, it's ceremony, and it's intergenerational knowledge transfer, providing qualitative context for a sophisticated, holistic knowledge system. And what is critically important is that Western science is now beginning to catch up. Research shows that cultural burning improves soil health, reduces fuel loads, and supports biodiversity. Satellite imagery confirms that areas managed with cultural fires are more resilient to climate extremes. Fire information derived from Earth observation satellites provided through the North Australian Fire Information, or NAFI, web service to Indigenous communities for the last 22 years has informed Indigenous-led fire programs that have been integrated into carbon credit schemes, reducing emissions and generating income for communities. The result is fire reduction on a globally significant scale. Initiatives like the Fire Sticks Alliance and the Savannah Burning Program are using technologies like projection-augmented 3D landscape models to co-design fire strategies with traditional owners, ecologists, and land managers. This is significant, and that's because Indigenous knowledge is not just historical, it's dynamic, adaptive, and essential to our future. And when we listen, learn, and collaborate, we unlock solutions that are holistic, contextualised, and deeply respectful of country. There are windows and doors of opportunity for Indigenous knowledge systems to add another dimension through which to explore our ways of knowing, being, and doing. Imagine how these principles could be applied to the complex challenges of sustainability in space, where resilience, regeneration, and respectful stewardship are just as critical. Now let's turn to lightning. In far north Queensland, an Indigenous biotech startup called Rainstick is transforming agricultural using lightning and lore, L-O-R-E. Led by Darryl Lyons, a Mayawali man and third-generation farmer, and technologist Mick Black, Rainstick blends thousands of years of Indigenous knowledge with cutting-edge science. The Mayawali people traditionally used a ceremonial tool called the chagara, or a lightning stick, to influence thunderstorms and support plant growth. After storms, they observed stronger plants, flourishing fungi, and rejuvenated soil. Rainstick honours this tradition by mimicking lightning's natural effects to stimulate growth, without chemicals. Western science calls this electroculture, using electric fields to influence biological systems. Rainstick's technology applies variable electrical fields to seeds, enhancing root development, shoot growth, and drought resilience. They've partnered with CSIRO and universities to validate the effects, showing improvements in germination, reduced pesticide reliance, and boosted microbial health. And here's where it gets exciting. Rainstick's innovation isn't just for Earth. These principles are being explored for space farming, where resources are limited and sustainability is critical. Their predictive models and bioelectric treatments could support plant growth in space stations or lunar habitats. Rainstick shows us what's possible when Indigenous knowledge systems are respected and interwoven with Western science. It's not just about growing better crops, it's about growing better futures. Finally, let's honour a visionary, David Unaipon. Born in 1872, Unaipon was a Ngarrindjeri man, inventor, writer and thinker. He held 19 provisional patents, many inspired by his cultural knowledge and spiritual connection to the natural world. His inventions included a rotary shearing machine, a centrifugal motor, helicopter designs inspired by the boomerang, anti-gravity and perpetual motion research, and contributions to ballistics. These were more than just mechanical achievements. They represented his ability to innovate and intertwine Western scientific frameworks with Indigenous knowledge systems. Yet despite his brilliance, Unaipon faced systematic barriers, limited access to education, no institutional support, and racism. At that time, Australia failed to fully embrace his contributions and inadvertently squandered a chance to lean in early to a new, novel approach. What a missed opportunity. But today, his story is being reclaimed as a symbol of what's possible when Indigenous knowledge systems are valued. In my role as a scientific expert member of the National Science and Technology Council, co-chaired by the Prime Minister and the Minister for Science and Industry, I have played a key role in delivering the refreshed National Science and Research priorities. One of those priorities is to elevate Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander knowledge systems. Imagine if this priority was in existence at that time, 1872, how that might have shaped Australia's innovation pathway, its infrastructure development and global scientific standing. In any event, UNAPON's life and legacy shows us that the weaving of Indigenous knowledge and Western science is not only possible, but it's powerful. So what does this teach us? That sustainable innovation is not new. In fact, it's how our cultures have survived for millennia and will continue to thrive. That Indigenous knowledge systems are not static. They are dynamic, adaptive, and future-facing. And that true innovation happens in partnership. When we walk together, listen deeply together, we in fact co-create solutions together. To care for our land, sea and sky country, which includes space, we can learn more when walking together and honouring those who have cared for country the longest. Let's honour this knowledge, not just with a pat on the back, but with action. Together we can shape a more sustainable, resilient and respectful future on Earth and in space. And I leave you with what I started with. Indigenous knowledge is an asset to the world and a gift to humanity.
Thank you, Reuben, and thank you all for sharing your insights and your knowledges and your cultures with us. From these case studies, one truth really stands out, that in Indigenous knowledge systems, sustainability isn't just a goal, it's a lived reality. It's not something we strive toward, but it's something that naturally emerges from the way that we care for country as country cares for us also. These knowledge systems are grounded in reciprocity, responsibility, and deep relational understanding. When we champion Indigenous knowledge systems alongside modern science, we unlock a fuller and more balanced way of exploring and understanding our world. Together, they offer not just innovation, but enduring sustainable outcomes for Earth, for space, and for generations to come. Now, Martin, I'll come back to you with a question. How can delegates at this plenary transfer these ideas and approaches into next steps for sustainable space and resilient Earth?
Thank you, Kirsten. Consider what these cases from across the world demonstrate about the knowledge assets still in the archives. You've seen multi-generational observational data sets, astronomical records spanning thousands of years. You've witnessed non-linear temporal frameworks that track multiple simultaneous cycles, revealing periodicities our linear time models miss. You've observed place-based calibration systems that correlate celestial and terrestrial phenomena with extraordinary precision. So let me give you one more example that captures this beautifully. Take Tek in the Torres Strait Islanders. Western astronomy knows it as Acona, or Alpha Eridani, a B-star rotating so rapidly it's oblate, 139 light years distant. But for Islanders, Keck demonstrates how space makes Earth resilient. Its heliacal rising doesn't just mark linear time, it reveals when multiple cycles converge, seasonal, hydrological, ecological. And when Keck appears, it signals that Earth systems have achieved the precise balance needed for sustainable cultivation. This is sustainable space in practice. Using celestial observations to ensure Earth's agricultural system remain resilient across generations. Here's what's remarkable. Arabic astronomers called the same star Acona, literally meaning end of the river. Different spatial locations, different cultural contexts, but the same star marking hydrological transitions. This convergence suggests that certain stellar positions and properties correlate with Earth systems, changes in ways we haven't yet mapped. Colleagues, these aren't mythologies. They're data sets encoding how space and Earth interact to create conditions for sustained life. Exactly what our conference theme demands we understand. But here's our challenge. These archives of integrated knowledge have been fractured by colonial encounters the world over, affecting their temporal and spatial frameworks time and again. The Torres Strait knowledge of Keck survives, but incompletely. We maintain the star season correlation, but the full temporal framework, how Keck's cycles integrated with other stellar patterns, with lunar phases, with oceanic oscillations, exists, but in fragments. That spatial relationship, how Keck's position relative to landscape features guided navigation, predicted weather, indicated current patterns, are now held in the memory of just a few. Across the Pacific, knowledge systems that understood space Earth as one resilient system were systematically sutured over. Linear time imposed over cyclical frameworks. Abstract space replaced relational positioning. The very conceptual tools that encoded sustainability were dismissed as primitive. We cannot simply extract this knowledge. When Indigenous knowledges work with Keck today, they are reconstructing temporal frameworks that colonialism tried to erase. They are rebuilding spatial concept where position isn't absolute, but relational. Where Keck exists not just 139 light years away, but in relationship to soil, to season, to the sea. This reconstruction requires Indigenous knowledge holders as lead investigators. We're not just remembering information, we're rebuilding an entire framework for understanding how sustainable space creates resilient Earth. And these frameworks, these different concepts of time and space, might be exactly what our contemporary challenges require. This is why achieving sustainable space, resilient Earth, requires a fundamental shift in how we approach knowledge integration. Here's our three-phase co-discovery approach. Release the assumption that linear time is superior to cyclical time, that abstract space is more accurate than relational space, that separating space from Earth creates better understanding. Every conceptual limitation that prevents us from seeing space Earth as one system must be examined. We must unlearn the notion that sustainability means maintaining current systems rather than understanding the temporal cycles and spatial relationships that creates resilience. Once we've created space by releasing these limitations, we can begin acquiring new capabilities. We can develop competencies in different temporal frameworks, learn how to work with time that spirals, cycles, and converges rather than simply progresses. Let's master spatial concepts where position is relational, where distance includes cultural as well as ecological dimensions. Learn to recognize how Indigenous observers track space-Earth relationships through integrated frameworks we've separated over the years into different disciplines. Now comes the important moment, where these new capabilities transform how we approach space science. We can reconstruct integrated understanding, not Western linear time versus Indigenous cyclical time, but hybrid temporal models that capture both progression and recurrence. Not abstract space versus relational space, but multi-dimensional frameworks that encompasses both physical distance and systematic relationships. Relearn how Keck simultaneously exists as a B star with specific spectral properties and as a marker of Earth system's balance. Both constitute valid knowledge for resilient futures. Colleagues, this co-discovery approach isn't about cultural appreciation. It's about acquiring the conceptual tools necessary for genuinely sustainable space activities that ensure our Earth's resilience. It's about recognizing that breakthrough solutions emerge when different ways of knowing converge to reveal patterns neither could see alone. Our invitation to you all is this. Begin reconstructing the temporal and spatial frameworks for Indigenous peoples developed in your own countries for sustainable space relationships. Use the unlearn, learn, and relearn co-discovery approach. And in 1 year from now, let's come together to share what different concepts of time and space can reveal about creating resilient Earth through sustainable space. Because if one star like Keck reveals convergent understanding across continents, imagine what reconstructing humanity's full archive of space Earth knowledge might teach us about ensuring our planet's future. Enrico, the path to sustainable space resilient Earth isn't just technological. It's conceptual, encoded in frameworks we are only beginning to rediscover. And the future of space sustainability lies not in the stars alone, but the wisdom of those who have been reading them the longest. Kirsten.
Thank you, Martin. Enrico, you and the Australian Space Agency have extended us a welcomed hand to partake in this very important session of IAC 2025, the host nation plenary. We'd like to extend that hand back to you with the opportunity to respond to the call to action. Enrico.
Firstly, let me say thank you to Laurie, David, and Ruben for those thought-provoking cases. They're a gift for all of us here tonight. And I'll come to the call to action, but as I reflect on my language and my words, I talked about the integration of modern science and ancient wisdom. And I think hopefully you all leave that this isn't about ancient wisdom. This isn't historical curiosities. And so I apologize for getting that wrong in the introduction up front. Martin clearly issued us a call to action. Thank you, Martin. The framing of the co-discovery approach really challenges us how to rethink how we generate and share knowledge, and it's a model that invites us to be open to new pathways for innovation. So with that call to action, the Australian Space Agency is ready to respond. The Australian Government's national science and research priorities implore us to elevate Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander knowledge systems. And the Australian Government's National Agreement on Closing the Gap priority focuses us within government to transform the way we work, which lays out a clear pathway through which we can contribute to shaping a future where space science, Indigenous knowledge, and that technology can come together. To our international colleagues in the room, the call to action is to you as well. We invite you to join us in building the Earth-Sky knowledge infrastructure, one that is inclusive, resilient, and visionary. There's a lot to do that, but amongst this community of engineers, scientists, astronaut leaders, academics, we have the capability and we have the responsibility to lead. So I encourage you, I ask you to grasp this moment with courage, with clarity, and together over these 12 months, let's unlock new frontiers of discovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrico. What we've heard here tonight is more than a series of case studies. It's a vision for how knowledge infrastructure can be built with care, courage, and connection for sustainable space and resilient Earth. Indigenous peoples have long understood the stars, the land, and the relationships that bind them together. As we look to the future of aerospace, these knowledge systems offer us not just insight, but leadership and an opportunity to accelerate the pathways to innovation and to co-discovery of novel approaches. To honour this journey and carry its message forward, we have commissioned a message stick. I would like to call upon Dr. Alvin Harvey and our very own Professor Dean Saunders. Dr. Alvin Harvey is the moderator of the Plenary Healing Earth, Envisioning Space, Indigenous Knowledges and Partnerships for a Resilient Future. Please. Up to Dean. This message stick carries the stories, the values, and its aspirations that are shared here tonight. It's a symbol of continuity, of shared responsibility, and of the strength that comes from walking together across generations and disciplines. We pass this message stick to you to take these messages forward.
My name is Dean Sanders. I acknowledge this country and these families. I've been gifted, in our way, I've heard some extraordinary story this afternoon of science, past, present, and the challenge about how we integrate that with future. And I was reminded, as I was listening to my colleague experts here, that the gift of our knowledge isn't something to be, we haven't always shared it. I want to acknowledge that to you. We've been here for 65,000 years, we didn't just turn up yesterday. We haven't always shared that knowledge, because when it has been shared, it has been extracted, it has been misused, it's been misunderstood. Because in our way, knowledge is power. Knowledge is the currency of our cultures. It's the strength and history of our cultures. And in our way, with knowledge comes responsibility. Responsibility is a gift that we pass in the same way we pass knowledge. It's a great honour to be gifted with responsibility in our culture. As part of this community, you are all in this position of responsibility. You are the custodians of space. You are the custodians of the future of space. You have responsibility in that particular story. In our culture, we share this information. Martin and others spoke about the encoding of our knowledge. This, to some of you, may look like a message stick, a waddy, but it actually is an embodiment of science. I'm not sure if we have that particular image. But on this stick is encoded information, knowledge, volumes of it that would require several PhDs to unpack in the mere challenge of the stick, prepared by Uncle Steve, a Gubbergal man, knowledge holder of the Darug community. He prepared this stick for this. It has a name, of course, an important name that we'll be sharing. Nyaranyara, Nyaranya, Barawa, Warama, Narawayanga. And you can see there this story, this stick that carries that story of we all see you fly over Mother Country. This stick I pass to our colleagues globally because this is a global First Nations community. And we are exchanging responsibilities as the way in our culture to pass that responsibility. Alvin receives it on behalf of all of you for the process of what they will lead on Wednesday. We want to encourage the carriage of this stick, of this message stick for the future of science, for the future of space, for the future of this sector, as something gifted to the IF in perpetuity, to understand the responsibility of that knowledge that we share as First Nations people with you all as part of that story. Remember, with knowledge, just like Spider-Man said, comes great responsibility. Marambu, Gapo. Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers, to our hosts, and to all of you for being part of this important conversation. May we continue to climb, connect, and imagine futures where space exploration uplifts peoples, and all places. Before we close, we invite you to take a moment to reflect on what we've heard this evening. This session is not just about gaining knowledge, it's about transformation. As agencies, as communities, and as human beings, we must embrace the journey of unlearning outdated assumptions, learning new perspectives, and relearning with humility and openness. This is how we move forward together. And the journey doesn't end here as well. At the IAC 2025, we offer countless opportunities to continue this process. By scanning the QR code on this slide, you'll be able to explore sessions that challenge, inspire, and extend your understanding throughout the rest of the Congress. And on behalf of everyone involved in this year's Host Nation Plenary, Gulbara Yamana, Ngaliyanargiri. Understand together, we will go together. Mandangu, thank you.